All right. I've been waiting to play this game for a little bit. Oh, hello! I was like, wait, did my chat glitch out? Hi, Stone! Welcome! But, okay. For those of you who don't know, this is a vampire dating game. So, if it isn't obvious why I've been really wanting to play it. Now I think all the characters in it are female, but you know what? Vampires are vampires. I don't mind. Okay, it's official. Someone needs to hold you. No. No. I'm fine. I'm fine. The music is very good already, though. I'm really into it. Like, it's so pretty. The part of this is also because it's made by the same people. Uh, it's also made by the same people who made A Date with Death, which is probably one of my favorite games that I've streamed so far, if I'm being completely honest. So I'm very excited to see how this plays out. Oh. Faster, Mike, faster! You have to keep moving or else, oh god, they're gaining on us! Yeah, I'm very wild today, I apologize, you're fine. Mike ran and through the forest quickly as her legs would carry her, which, given how exhausted she felt, was not very. Nice, 15 streak, yeah! She tried to obey Henry's orders, fearful of both of letting her friend down and of the shadowy figures who pursued them, but her body refused to listen. Her legs felt numb and insensible, as unfeeling as marble, but far, far weaker. It was through nothing save sheer force of will that she was able to keep going, for all her strength had already abandoned her. Though Mika continued to run, staggering blindly through the fog, she feared it was already a lost cause. She was but a young woman, slender and while not so very short, or quite unaccustomed to exerting herself. She was not like Henry, who spent her days on her hands and knees polishing the floors and blacking the fireplaces. Mika's fingers were white as ivory, while Henry's were raw through a demanding, often physical labor. Mika's lungs, meanwhile, were straining from the agonizing effort of running. Never before had she known that the act of merely existing could be so exhausting. Mike, please, you need to hurry. Quickly, Mike. Henry reached back to take hold of Mike's hand, her coarse, short fingernails digging into Mike's palm. Oh, Henny. I've been saying that name wrong on the entire time. I have to pull out the wallet next month. Oh no. Henny was gripping so tightly it hurt, but Mike knew she should lag behind. Should she lag behind, she would find herself in a far greater pain than this. Mike recalled how her father had looked back in their carriage, his eyes wide and his face unusually pale. Mike had never seen her father look so scared before. He was a tall, imposing figure of a man, dashing even in his early 50s, who was accustomed to issuing orders, not receiving them. Because during the first phase of Genshin's Dex patch, people are saying we're only getting 37 pulls. Wow. I'm like stuffy. I sat up this morning and started like sneezing all over the place. I don't know what happened. I'm gonna try not to sneeze into my mic during this stream. Mike had thought her father immovable, much like the oak tree which shielded her family's mausoleum, a tree which had stood there for longer than the crypt itself. You may caught the winter cold. I'm accustomed to being around a lot of dust at work though, so it just could be lingering things of that. Mike, her father had seemed like a force of nature, one which was impossible to argue with or get the better of. The superstition had been turned on its head earlier that night, however, in a mere handful of minutes. For all of his bluster, Mike's father was only human. He was made of flesh and blood just like Mike, and when cut, he bled. He had bled a lot, in fact, all over the plush, upholstered seats of their carriage and onto the floor. His fine clothes had been stained black with the stuff, and the air had stunk of it, sharp and metallic. Mike could smell her father's blood on her even now. As she and Henny raced through the forest, she couldn't forget it, however much she wished to. By the way, we got 2 new HSR codes. Oh. I'll have to make sure I look for those later. Oh, if only the events of that night had been nothing more than a bad dream. Well, if you type him in chat, I'll forget to go back and find him later. So. Yeah. I appreciate it, though. Mike wished the fog would clear and she would wake, her eyelids fluttering, discover herself sitting once more in her bed, in her home, the room flooded with a pale sunlight. Each code gives 60 jades. Nice. Mike. But Mike's surroundings did not shift. The trees continued to press in about her as though they meant to eat her alive. Their shadowy pursuers were beginning to close in on them. Mike knew she had no hope about running them. She was flagging, her heart hammering in the base of her throat. It's because Hoyo Fair happened? Oh. What would happen when Mike was not so optimistic to hope for an if they caught her? What would they do to Henny? The thought was almost more than Mike could bear. It had been bad enough to lose her parents, but to lose Henny too? Why? She had done nothing wrong. Unlike Mike, Henny was no lady. She was just a maid. She was only being targeted because of her relationship to Mike and her family. Had Henny been traveling alone, she would have passed through the forest quite unscathed. It wasn't as though Henny had any valuables upon her person that were worth the effort of pilfering. Henny! Mike appealed to her maid between in sharp gasps of air, which pierced her lungs as keenly as knitting needles. Please, let go. Leave me be. I'm just slowing you down. I don't care. I'm not leaving you behind. But there isn't any buts. I told you. I won't leave you. Now, let's keep running. Mike wanted to run. Really, she did. But her body had already begun to give in. Her heart may have been pumping fit to burst at the base of her throat. But her legs were weak despite the excess of blood which filled her. And her hand in Henny's felt cold and clammy. She had exhausted all of her energy simply in escaping from the carriage where her parents' bodies lay. Now, she would die only a few hundred paces from their final resting place. Would her mutilated carcass be discovered in the days hence and taken back to her family's home? Would she and her parents be embalmed and sealed away within the mausoleum? Mike did not much like this thought. Her family's mausoleum was a terrifying place full of somber stone angels and spiderwebs. It was quiet, being situated among the tall trees. But its quietude was not all that relaxing. Its quiet was a deep, fathomless silence of death. Mike did not want to die. She knew not how she would continue to live on, with both her parents slaughtered before her very eyes, but she did not want to succumb to as they had, in this forest full of fog. She wanted to go on living for her sake, for Henny's, though not necessarily for Walter's. God, they're getting closer! We need to keep running. Come on, Mike. But like the guttering flame of a candle, the last of her energy had been expended. Mike's foot caught in a tangled root which jutted from the ground like a bear trap, and she fell. Her hand, which was slick with sweat, slipped free from Henny's. She reached out, searching for her loyal maid through the fog, but to little avail. Mike! Henny's voice echoed in Mike's ear, shrill and frantic. Mike's heart juddered in her chest, hard, as though meaning to stop altogether, but it did little good. Her head smacked against the ground with a dull, anticlimactic thud. Mike's teeth bit against her tongue. She tasted copper. Her vision swam. Mike, oh God, Mike, get up! And then everything went black. Act 1, the night that never ended. This is not the plot I was expecting opening this. Damn, holy shit, okay. I'm into it though, let's go. What? Okay, so she's the princess. Henny is the little girl. Okay. Mike was greeted upon unwaking by a dull, crushing pain that gripped her skull like a vice. A brackish taste akin to a pond water filled her mouth. With one hand clasped to her head, she coughed. Mike's body shivered and her lungs burned. It took a minute before her coughing fits subsided. Once it did, Mike began to glance uneasily around her surroundings. She hoped that her immediate surroundings might shed some light upon her predicament, but her hopes were in vain. Mike had no idea where she was. The floor upon where she was sitting, but why was she sitting on the floor of all things, was made of stone, which felt hard and cold and uncompromising. Good morning, Asian guy! Hydrate, stretch, okay. Finally continuing on the ZZZ story to get Monato skin. Yay! It's a really good story. You'll like it. I'm getting close to the vampire. Enjoy the story. Thank you for the lurk. The walls, too, were made of stone, as was the ceiling, which felt very far away. A wooden cot was pushed up close against one of the walls, but it was so steeped in shadows, Mike could scarcely make it out. There was a chamber pot lying by the cot, which she did not care to examine too closely, but its rim and sides were stained with caked-on filth. A truly unpleasant odor exuded from the chamber pot, which made Mike's eyes sting. It was fortunate that she had no immediate desire to relieve herself, for she had no wish to use this commode. A quick examination of the room, though, it was more like a cell, showed Mike that, save for the cot and the chamber pot, it was utterly desolate. There was no other furniture to be seen, no shelves, nor cupboards, nor even a proper bed. There was no mirror either, so Mike could not see herself, but perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. Mike doubted she would be at her best, given she was in so much pain, and she was so very exhausted. She was so cold, she could feel goosebumps rippling across her flesh. Her teeth were chattering badly. Mike would wound her arms around her middle and shivered sadly. It was not only the chamber pot that stunk. The very air itself was rank, heavy with the stench of unwashed bodies and general decay. This room, no, she was sure that it was a cell, reeked of death. How had she come to such a place? What had happened to her? Mike could remember sitting alongside her mother and father in their carriage as it bore them through the forest, and then at this most pivotal of moments, her memories failed her. Mike could recall nothing else. Had her parents been there, they would have given her instructions. They always seemed to know what Mike ought to be doing at any given time, but they were not there, and neither was Henny. Mike was all alone. Henny had been with her, Mike was certain, before. Before what? Why could she not remember anything? Oh, Mike thought sorrowfully, if only she was made of stone, then perhaps her head would not hurt so much. It really did feel like her skull might explode, not from the pain, though the pain still remained, but from raw, unbridled fear. Mike had often dreamed of stealing away from her parents' home to embark upon a brand new life, unfettered by expectations, but she never wished for this. Tears began to trickle down Mike's cheeks in crystalline droplets. They scored tracks in the dirt which caked her cheeks and dropped one by one onto the floor. Her head bowed, fingers splayed against the stone. Mike sobbed and she sobbed until... What's going on? Soft voice spoke from amongst the teeming shadows. Mike could not see the speaker. She could scarcely see at all, given the darkness. And now her own tears, but she recognized it as its familiar cadences. The voice belonged to Henny. Mike's dear friend was here too, in this stone cell that smelt of death. And though Mike feared for Henny, she could feel a relief bubbling up inside of her. She was not alone after all. Henny? Mike crawled forth on her hands and knees, being too exhausted to stand, and stared into the shadows. Henny, is that you? Mike? A shaft of moonlight spilled through the singular barred window, thrown high into the wall of their cell, and finally Mike was afforded it with a view of her maid. Though christened in Enrique, Mike had always called her beloved maid Henny. It seemed a more appropriate name for so cheery a woman. For Henny, come rain or shine, she was rarely seen without a smile. Henny was not smiling now, however. She was sitting upon the wooden cot which Mike had first spied, her head bent. Henny's face looked woefully weary, and it had lost much of its usual pinkness, her apron, once white, now stained and sullied with dirt. Henny's shoes had been black and sensible, but now they were mired in filth, and her socks were rucked up about her ankles. Henny's hands, which she held at her front, were trembling like those of a woman thrice her age. My hair! Why? Oh, I didn't do that stretch that Asian guy redeemed. Oh. She looked an awful sight, but Mike knew she could hardly have been any better herself. Henny's hair might have been a mess, but at least she kept it short. There was not so very much of Henny's dark tresses as to be worked into a state of disorder. Mike's own hair, meanwhile, was very long and curly, and though she had worn it in a I don't know what that is. I don't know how to pronounce that. She could now feel it straggling loosely about her shoulders. Words hard. There's a lot of words I don't know in this game so far. The back of her neck prickled, either from the cold or from a dislodged hairpin or two. Perhaps that was why Henny stared at Mike so, once she had regained her own sense of equilibrium, as though she had seen a ghost. Oh my god, Mike! Henny looked so alarmed at Mike almost felt ashamed. Mike was no stranger to shame. She felt it frequently, in fact, when she was with her mother, but rarely raised its ugly head in Henny's presence. Since Mike's girlhood, Henny had been her one staunch, steadfast companion. She was the only person Mike knew who took Mike for who she was, rather than wishing, often aloud to her face, that she could have been more appreciative, more amiable, more effusive, and more like a lady and less like herself. Henny didn't want Mike to be more. She only wanted Mike to be Mike. Did that mean then Mike did not look like Mike in the moment? But who else did she resemble, if not herself? What had happened to her? Are you alright, Mike? Oh, look at your poor face. Henny rose from the wooden cot, which creaked, and she crouched before her friend. Reaching out, still shaking, she cupped Mike's cheeks in her fingers and said, "You're bleeding." I am? Yes, you got a nasty cut right beneath your right eye and your cheek. Henny sucked in her breath, her expression grim. It's all banged up. You're positively black and blue. Oh, I hadn't realized. I'm sorry, Henny. What? Henny, who had procured a handkerchief from her skirt pocket, it fortunately wasn't dirty, paused in her dabbing at Mike's face to look at her with bemusement. Why are you apologizing to me, you daft goose? You've done nothing to feel sorry for. So I feel like that I should be trying to read all of the speaking lines in like a British accent. I think this is supposed to be like in England or something. I don't know. I'm just sorry for making you worry, I suppose. Oh, think not of it. It's my job to worry about you. I'm your maid, remember? Well, of course I remember that much. My thoughts might be in a state of disarray for the present, but I would never forget you. You're much more than my maid, Henny. You're my friend, too. My dearest friend. And I could very well say the same about you. That's why it hurts seeing you in such a frightful state. Do I look so very bad? Well, now... Henny scanned Mike's face, her brown eyes bright with mischief. That depends on how honest you want me to be. Oh dear. Do I look as bad as all that? You'll certainly look better. Your face is banged up as a windfall apple. An apple? Mike shook her head in wonderment. I only hope that the apple isn't riddled with worms. I don't think you have anything to worry about on that score, at least. Well, that is a relief. I suppose things could always have been worse. Right you are. That's the spirit. You're still alive and so am I, and we're together. That ought to count for something, although... And he finished wiping the worst of the congealed blood and muck from Mike's cheek. Then drew back, her soiled handkerchief gripped tight in her hand. Her expression newly dour, she said after a moment's pause, I am afraid that your parents might have been so fortunate. What? Mika's heart leapt in her chest at this somber announcement. What happened to them, Henny? Do you know what's going on? You don't? I recall we were traveling to Augsburg to visit my fiancé, but for how we came here. Mika closed her eyes in the hope of remembering something, but again nothing came. Her mind remained stubbornly blank, as featureless as a snowy field, all flora blanketed in untrammeled whiteness. I'm afraid I cannot remember. Not a single thing? Nothing. I see. Henny grit her teeth together for a few moments, her eyes dark. She seemed to be weighing up her words, as a baker might measure out flour and sugar before speaking. That is not such a surprise, I suppose. You hit your head pretty hard back there. It might be for the best you can't remember all of the gory details. I wish I could forget what happened myself, but... Henny's voice trailed away as Awkwardly, she gripped her handkerchief. Her kerchief. That kerchief had been the only clean thing in Mika and Henny's cell, but now it too was ruined, streaked with brown and red. How deep was the cut that Mika had sustained, and how much had she bled? This too remained a mystery. Mika did not know. There seemed much all of a sudden that she was ignorant of. She felt so very unworldly. She might have well been a little girl again, enthused after she had successfully stolen the key to her family's mausoleum. Mika had not known, as she stood in the chill entrance of the mausoleum, that she was about to lower herself into a subterranean world of death and decay, though part of her had wondered. Henny. Mika took Henny's hand in her own, her cracked fingernails digging into her skin. What happened? Tell me, please. I want to know. Yes, I thought you might. That does make things a mite complicated. Though, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. Just promise me you won't take it against me for what I'm about to tell you. I've gone through a lot tonight already, and that would be the straw to break the camel's back. Annie, please, you should know this as that is a trivial concern. I'm fully aware that none of this is your fault. You have only ever sought to protect me. I have no better friend than you, not in all the world. And it's precisely because I want to protect you that I don't want to go into all this. I know it'll upset you, Christ. It upsets me too. It's an upsetting situation all around. It's rotten, really, what people are capable of, but... Henny paused. She sucked in her breath, then, in a calmer tone, she said, Just how much do you want to know? How much is there to know? Oh, I remember everything. I'll always remember tonight, I expect. It made quite the impression. Horrible things always do. Oh dear, are things truly that dire? They're pretty bad, yes. Give me an abridged account then. I've no need to hear everything. Right you are. Annie bowed her head in acquiescence, her face half swallowed by the shadows. The beam of light which had penetrated their drab cell had long since been extinguished, the moon obscured beneath the rolling fog. It was so cold in their cell, Mika could not cease her shivers. Even her teeth felt cold, like shards of ice implanted into her gums. Henny's proximity served as something of a comfort, but it could not rid Mika of her trepidation. She knew once Henny relayed the past events to her, her life would no longer be the same. Everything would change. It was changing already, in fact, so quickly that Mika had hardly had a chance to gather her bearings. She felt lost, adrift, and hopelessly afraid. I'm so sorry to tell you this, Mika, but during our travels, the carriage... It was attacked by bandits. What? No! Yes, they came creeping out from the fog like... I don't know, monsters from a children's story, maybe, but much scarier. Though a Wayland laid the carriage, then stormed it. They drew out their daggers and threatened your father, and when he refused to comply, well... Honey's expression twisted. They stabbed him. What? Mika stared. She had expected as much, but before Henny began on her gruesome tale, the news still shook her. Evidently, she had not been half so prepared to hear the worst thing she had imagined. My God, not my papa, my poor papa. Don't tell me he didn't. I'm sorry, but... Henny still no. I thought this was a silly dating game. What the fuck? It's as you're probably suspecting. His wound was a deep one, and he died. Dead? My papa dead? Dead as a doornail, I'm afraid. I didn't hang around to see what had happened, but, well, it was all over so quickly that I don't think he suffered, at least. And my mama? What of her? What of her? Don't tell me she also. And he didn't reply, but the discomfort which crossed her face left Mike with no doubts to her mother's fate. In one brief night, both of Mike's parents had been slaughtered. Now she was an orphan. And what of us, Henny? How did we escape? I find it hard to believe the bandits would just let us go. Oh, I'm sure we would have joined your parents if we'd sat still, like good little girls, but I didn't want to do that. I took your hand while they were busy with your mother, and we ran away. We fled through the woods, and the bandits took chase dawn quick. It was very dark, and the fog was thick. I could hardly see what was happening. At one point, you tripped and fell. That's how you got that nasty cut on your poor forehead, and I was dragged down with you. We lay there on the ground in the dirt while the bandits tramped about looking for us. I figured we were both a couple of goners. It started to say my prayers to the Lord Almighty, but then we survived. Yes, we survived. This Mike supposed was not a surprise. It went without saying, really, that they had survived. Otherwise, they would not be sitting in this ghastly cell, speaking to one another. Either bandits had spared them, which seemed unlikely, or somebody had come to their defense. Who would have been wandering in the woods so very late at night, however? Mike could hardly credit it. Their escape must have been in the stuff that fantasies were made of. Do you know how we escaped, Henny? I know what my eyes saw, but if my eyes can be trusted or not, well, that's another matter altogether. I think I'd have bumped my head myself. It was all so peculiar. At the time, it seemed like a miracle, but looking back on it, that ain't the right word. Miracles suggest God and all his angels, but that there was not not holy about this. It was a right proper mess, really, a total bloodbath. Blood? Yes, there was blood, and lots of it. It's hard for me to explain, but all I know is, one moment we were sprawled upon the dirt, you unconscious, I half out of my mind with fright as bandits approached. And the next, they were gone. Gone? But where and how? Did they run away? Not necessarily. Not of their own free will. The fog parted, you see, then this figure, this woman. She appeared so quick, as if she'd sprung up from the earth. She wasn't very tall, I don't think she was at least, and she was very skinny, but the way she looked, the way she moved, there was something unnatural about her. I didn't get a very good look at what happened next, but I saw her go after those bandits. I think there were at least 4 of them, but that woman soon took care of them. There was so much blood and a lot of mud. It stunk to high heaven, it did. Brought tears to my eyes. That woman, though, the woman in white, she didn't seem fussed at all. She stood there once she had finished, beneath the moon, like nothing had happened, and then he pressed her fingers to her brow, overwhelmed, and shook her head. I don't remember anything after that. I think I must have fainted. When I finally woke up, I found myself here. It was your crying that woke me up. I've never been able to rest easy when you're in tears, Mike. Yes, I know. You've Always been good and so kind. Thank you, Henny. Mika chanced to smile, though the muscles about her mouth felt atrophied, worn away by following the news of her parents' demise. I can't talk today. Holy shit. I've no idea what I would do without you. It seems like you saved me. In abundance, I suppose I did. But I wasn't much use when you took that nasty spill. There's no way I would have been able to carry you to safety. Not when we were all turned about in the woods and no idea where we were. I think I scraped my own shin too. My ankle aches. We'd be goners if that woman hadn't appeared. But now, I'm talking about it and it doesn't sound real. I can't think of any woman who would be able to beat 4 men in a test of strength. Not even your own Mademoiselle Blanchard. His smile widened a bit, despite the severity of their situation, and she was even able to manage a laugh. It was a weak laugh which contained a little in the way of mirth, but it was sincere. Henny was never failed to cheer her up. She must have had a knack for it. Mika was too old to believe in magic. When she was with Henny, she sometimes wondered, are you sure it was a woman who fended off those bandits? Perhaps it was some sort of animal instead, and you failed to perceive it in the fog. That could be it. Like I said, my mind's a mess. I feel like I've lost a good 10 years off of my life, although... Henny smiled grimly, in a manner of all survivors after witnessing something horrid. That's better than having it cut short altogether. We must be thankful for our small mercies, yes, even if our lives were saved at my parents' expense. Mika squeezed her eyes shut. She could feel tears beating upon her lashes anew, but this time she was able to subdue them. The news of her parents' deaths was a heavy burden to her, but Mika, not having witnessed their final moments, found it hard to imagine. It still did not seem quite real. The shock of it all, perhaps, had blunted her senses. It would take a while for her parents' passing to truly register. When it did, however, Mika did not doubt the tears would come, thicker and faster than before. It had not always been so, but her childhood misadventures in her family's crypt had left her something of a crybaby. Now then. Mika inhaled, then glanced about. Where do you suppose we are, and how do you suppose we got here? That's a good question. I've been wondering that myself. It's not the nicest of digs, is it? Not particularly, no. It's awfully drab. It's damp, too. I'm freezing. You poor thing. Come here. Henny shifted closer to Mika, and then drew her arms about her. Holding her close, she then glanced about. Both maid and mistress squinted in the shadows, as though they might unearth some secret way of escaping, a trapdoor perhaps, or a hidden passageway. But to Mika's disappointment, she found the cell quite unchanged. It was every bit as sparse as she recalled. The shadows did little to mask this fact, and still it stank. Goodness me, it's not so much to look at, is it? He might as well be in a prison cell. I think that might be what it is. He drew back from Mika, her legs crossed beneath her upon the stone floor, and frowned. I reckon you're right. I wonder who brought us here. You and me both. It was nice of our mysterious benefactor or benefactress to rescue us, though they can't be all that kind if they're going to let us suffer in here. You'd think they could have at least put us up in a nicer room. I'm not expecting first-class accommodations, but you deserve better than this, Mike. This place isn't fit for rats, let alone people. It's alright. Are you being serious? Henny raised an eyebrow while Mike smiled. It's better than being dead, at least, even if these lodgings are a mite uncomfortable. Only a mite? Well, quite a bit if I'm being honest. Mike drew her arms around her legs, her knees is beneath her chin, and said, "When I woke up, I was lying on the floor." On the floor? Henny's eyebrows shot up her forehead until they met her hairline. And the gesture was so exaggerated, it managed to bring another smile to Mike's lips, despite how very dire their situation was. I suppose that makes sense. There only being one bed, but oh, that's too much. I can't believe they'd fling you about like a sack of spuds. Many unbelievable things have happened tonight. A benefactor must have been bucking the trend. Some benefactor? When I get my hands on them, I'll give them what for. Don't, Henny. It wouldn't do to pick a fight with whomever brought us here. It wouldn't, and I wouldn't want to anger them, not when we are at their mercy. Why? That makes us sound like captives. Is that not what we are? This is a cell, after all, and we have no means of escaping. We're being treated like prisoners. I know, but it still stings. I don't care about me, but I don't want to see you being treated like a convict, not when you've been in through so much. You've been through worse. At least I don't remember what happened, and unlike you. And you're the one who's being saddled with the consequences, poor Mike. It was your parents, not mine, who were... Well... I don't expect there's much a point in trying to suss out who's suffering more than who. As it stands, we're both in this together. I won't abandon you, Mike, so try not to worry. Keep your chin up, we'll get through this. Thank you, Henny. I almost believe it coming from you. You should. I don't say things I don't mean, you know. Now, let's see. Maybe things aren't as dire as they look. There could be a way to escape yet. Henny rose to her feet, though unsteadily, and did a circuit of the cell. The shadows made it seem larger than it was, for they obscured the walls, but it did not take Henny many steps to canvass the full length of the dingy room. She pressed her fingertips to the walls, then her ear, as though the stonework might whisper their weakness to her. But the walls, of course, remained mute. Henny then took the bars between her fingers and squeezed experimentally, but it refused to yield. Oh, come on! Oh. Frustrated, Henny gave the bars a kick. The tip of her shoe collided with them, losing clods of dirt from her soles, but... Damn it all! The bars refused to budge. They were quite impenetrable. Sighing, Henny changed track. She moved from the door to glance up at the window, but this was similarly barred. Too high up to reach and much too small to squeeze through. It almost seemed like a miracle that such a small window allowed any moonlight at all to spill into the cell. And the clouds and the fog shifted. And? Mickey asked when a disenchanted Henny flopped down beside her with a rustle of her skirts. Did you uncover anything? Not all, except we're more trapped than I thought. I thought you might have come to that conclusion, yes. Good. And he kicked off her right shoe, then began to massage her feet, which had begun to throb. This is a rum situation. I wonder what we're to do. I don't think there's much we can do other than wait. I suppose you're right. I can't stay it like I thought of that, though. We're sitting ducks here. I feel we ought to be taking some kind of action. And he looked around about the cell once more, then sighed. But I'm drawing a blank here. I can't think of anything we could do. I'm sorry, Bird, for being so hopeless, Mike. I meant to look after you, but I'm at a total loss. Don't apologize, dear Henny. I feel better simply being with you. That's something, I suppose. That's something at least. I wish I could be of some real use, though. You are of real use. Without you, I'd be in an unconscionable mess, weeping on the floor. Well, we can't be having that. It breaks my heart to see you cry. Much as it breaks mine to see you self-flagellate so over something that is not your fault. Touché. Now that we're all we're well and truly stuck here, I suppose we ought to make the best of it, although I got a bad feeling about this place. It gives me the creeps. I don't know who imprisoned us here, or what cause, but they've no manners to speak of. Why, it's almost as if... Henny began, but she found herself unable to finish this sentence. A sound issued forth from the darkness, beating from beyond their tightly sealed cell. It was a faint sound, but Henny still heard it, hovering the sour and musty air. It sounded like a scream. Good God! What in the world was that? I suppose that was just the wind. Do you really think so? Yes, I imagine. Mickey answered in the affirmative, though deep down, both she and Henny knew the truth. That had not been the wind. It had been too raw, too pained, and though faint, unmistakably human. With no obvious way of escape and very little to do, Mika and Henny had no choice but to idle their time away. They sat upon the floor together with their legs folded primally, like two little girls conducting a make-believe tea party. Henny, at first, balked at the thought of her mistress sitting on the stone like a plebeian. But Mike's dress was already so dirty that it didn't matter. Here, one sec, guys. Sorry. Okay. So that I forgot that that this isn't voiced. Ugh. There's a lot of talking. The two women did not, however, abandon themselves to inertia. You knew they had to do something to take their minds off their ghastly predicament. Fortunately, Henny was not empty-handed. She had in her pocket, alongside the kerchief she had used to wipe Mike's cheek, a pack of cards. These cards were worn and bent at the corners, but they remained perfectly functional. For the want of a better way to use their time, Henny proposed to Mike a game of Joker, a game which Mike agreed to. The two women played several rounds of Joker, examining their decks and dispensing of cards. The game did not require a great deal of tactical thinking, but it helped alleviate some of Mike's worries. It could not, alas, alleviate the cold, but Mike had been shivering for so long she had almost grown accustomed to it. She had been in this dank, miserable cell for so long she could scarcely remember how it ever even felt to be warm. Had her journey to Augsburg continued unimpeded, she would now be sitting by the fire in Walter Gerhardt's living room, or else tucked up in one of his many guest bedrooms with a warming pan at her feet. Both Augsburg and Walter Gerhardt seemed very far away to Mike now, though, being confined thus in a prison cell. How long had she been sitting with Henny on the floor, shivering? Mike did not know. She could not tell. All Mike really knew was her infinite ignorance. Though, what was it? Was it that the night that seemed hopelessly long, she hopelessly small and insignificant? God, I cannot talk. Oh my God. There was no cloak in Mike's cell, and nor Henny carried timepieces upon them. The only means Mike had of tracking the advancement and of the hour was the silver of the sky she could see beyond the narrow window, situated high above her head. She could recall that sky had been dark upon her waking, and it remained so now, 3 games of Joker later. The moon, which emerged from the fog at irregular intervals, shone its pallid light on Mike's head and upon her hand of cards, lighting her Joker and its wide rictus grin. Mike had never much cared for the Joker in Henny's trusty pack of cards. The expression unnerved her. Every once in a while, as she played, Mike spared a few glances at the barred window above her head. Though she could not guess the hour, she knew it was late. It could have been in an advanced hour of the night, or could have been, by the same token, in the very, very early hours of the following morning. The calendar might have shifted already from one day to the next, but Mike was none the wiser. The sky was so dark, Mike found it hard to believe the sun would ever rise again. The darkness which abounded within her cell was so complete it seemed to have blotted out the very concept of the morning altogether. She feared she would never again see the sun's golden rays, never again hear the twittering of the starlings in the trees which announced a brand new day. When did the birds begin to chirp in her bedroom? When did the birds begin to chirp beyond her bedroom window anyway? Mike could not recall, but he thought it must have been around 6 in the morning. Mike had gone to bed at 10 every night, like a dutiful daughter ought, but she had often found it hard to sleep for a full unbroken 8 hours. She would arise at odd hours, at 1, 2, or 3, her head full of thoughts, and often she found it hard to sleep again. When this occurred, Mike would rise from her bed to sit by her windowsill, her forehead in the summer pressed to the glass. That always helped to cool her errant thoughts sit alongside it. Oh, how her mind raced. This is ridiculous. Henny groused, was all while examining her cards. We ought to be at Herr Gerhardt's. It's right now, safe as houses. We weren't so very far from Augsburg. At least I don't think we were when we were attacked. Why did those bandits have to go after us? We were just unfortunate, I suppose. I can't imagine the bandits would specifically to target us. We just happened to be there. You're probably right, but goodness. Of all the awful luck. At least you've had a fair run during our game. You've beaten me out soundly during every single hand. Ah, well, true. I suppose that I should thank heaven for small mercies, eh? Henny smiled at Mike's attempt to cheer her, but it didn't last. Both Henny's smile and Mike's cheer were half-hearted, and they were soon swallowed by the sinister darkness of their cell. It's a shame I don't feel more thankful. I wonder what Herr Gerhardt would make of this. He'd be off his head, I'm sure, if he knew the state you're being kept in, Mike. I'm enraged too, for you and him. You deserve far better than this. You're von Essen, for crying out loud. You're the person who's holding us here will feel mighty sorry when they realize who you are. You're a real lady. Maybe. Mike's reply was vague, in both tone and meaning. Not even Mike herself was sure whether she meant to disparage Henny's optimistic exhortations, and that being a lady would grant her any favor with her captor, or whether she meant to challenge the notion and she was a lady at all. Mike had been born to a noble family, it was true, with a lineage which could be traced back centuries, but the von Essens were not at what they had been. Half a century of poor financial decisions and a grandfather with a convulsive gambling addiction had led to the squandering of much of the von Essens' wealth. While in the possession of their family home, a veritable fleet of maidservants, the family's finances had been in a dire state ever since Mike could remember. Though not openly hunting for cash, Mike's parents had made a good many purchases based on the family's prestige rather than the figures in their bank account. Mike's wedding into Herr Gerhard had been an attempt to shore up the family's wealth before they could fall from grace altogether, but now that seemed an impossibility. How could Mike wed Walter when she was incarcerated? If Mike had loved Walter, surely she would have shed tears over so cruel a fate. As it is, however, she was curiously calm. But what did she care how Walter Gerhardt felt? She barely knew him. Well, not to worry. Herr Gerhardt must be sitting in his drawing room now, wondering where the blazes we are. Herr Gerhardt is sure to send out a search party before long. He'll be worried sick about you, Mike. Do you really think so? Absolutely. I mean, he is your fiancé. He's got to be worried. Just such a sweet thing. I don't see how he couldn't. Thank you, Henny. I appreciate that. Don't thank me, Mike. I'm just stating the facts. If I was a man and I had a fiancé like you, you can and bet that I wouldn't let you out of my sight. Perhaps it's a good thing I'm here with you then. And you at least know I'm alright. Yes, you are, and I thank heaven on high for it. You know I'd do anything to keep you safe, Mike. I know. Mike could well believe that coming from Henny. When it came to Henny's claims about Walter, however, Mike was less certain. She barely knows him, but it's like, that's hot. You better care about your arranged fiance, dude. I have little respect for you if you're not even gonna put in the effort to care. What did she know about Walter really, other than his age and his occupation and how fabulously, excessively wealthy he was? Mike had met Walter on only three past occasions, and they'd exchanged almost as many words. The man was a stranger to her, and Mike's desire to marry him was inversely proportional with her parents' desires to see her walking down the aisle. Mike had been dreaming of it, dreading her visit to Augsburg for well over a month. Now it had been terminated, and she felt a perverse sort of relief. Part of Mike had even begun to wonder whether the bandits' attack had brought with it some good alongside with the bad. But at that, Mike chastised herself. It was hopelessly cruel. Were her parents' lives truly worth that little to her? It was true enough that she may never see Walter Gerhard again, but she would never see her mother nor her father again either. It was not a fair trade, by any stretch of the imagination. How could she ever have thought of such a thing? She really must have been wicked. Was that why she had found herself in such a dire situation? Perhaps this was as God's way of punishing her for being a poor daughter, and a sinner who spent too much of her time lost in daydreams, imagining things which could never and would never be. Mike and Henny sat in their cell for what could have been minutes or hours, or even days, whiling away the time. By God, there was so much time, with continued, unending, incessant games of Joker. Mika's heart was not in the game. Her head had been otherwise occupied, and Henny trounced her soundly, 12-1. Henny was better than Mike at card games in general, so this came as little surprise. Mike was accustomed to losing, and accepting her failures with good grace. There was more important things in her life than card games, and in any event, Mike was glad to be rid of the eerily grinning jokers in her deck. Little of note happened during these dead, empty hours. Mike had begun to wonder, in a detached way, as Henny launched into their 14th round of Joker, whether they would ever meet their rescuer. Perhaps whoever had hauled them from the forest had done so, not as an act of kindness, but as a means of prolonging their suffering. Maybe they had meant to keep them locked in the cell alone until time itself slowed to a trickle, then ceased. The squalid stone walls tumbling down about them to crush their emaciated corpses in the debris. But soon, shockingly soon, or so it seemed, despite all of the interminable waiting, Mike found her hypothesis proved wrong. She could hear, above the sound of Henny shuffling the deck, a sound. Footsteps. The footsteps were quiet enough at first that Mike wondered whether she had imagined them. But as the seconds elapsed, and they became louder still, until even Henny heard them. Goodness me! Henny fumbled with the cards, then threw them down. Red hearts and black spades split it across the stone. Can you hear that, Mike? Yes, I can. Somebody must be coming. A rescuer from the woods, do you think? Could be a rescuer, yes, but maybe. Mike chose not to finish that thought. Her saliva felt too thick in her throat, like tar, and she shivered. She didn't want to extinguish the hope which she could see flickering now in Henny's eyes. That would have been cruel. Henny's head swiveled to the gated iron door. Excitable as a puppy and wide-eyed, she peered through the shadows. This is a turn for the better. I was beginning to worry they'd forgotten all about us. I can't wait to come face to face with them. I'll sure to tell them exactly what I think about their so-called hospitality. You said that once before, Henny, and I wish you wouldn't. I don't want to anger them. Oh, stuff and nonsense. I'm sure it will be fine. If they wanted to harm us, they had plenty of chances to do it already, surely? That is true, but... The footsteps drew closer still, echoing about the stone walls, echoing inside Mike's skull. The footsteps could represent only two things. The world... They would mean salvation if they were lucky, but Mike found it difficult to believe this. Neither she nor Henny had been very lucky that night, despite Henny's continued winning hands in Joker. It seemed far more likely that these footsteps would bring about yet more suffering, and sure enough... Well, look at the cat dragged in. The voice cut through Mike's musings was a proud, haughty one, the syllables polished to perfection like cut glass. The voice belonged, quite obviously, to a woman, and given her pronunciation, she must have been well-bred. Perhaps the rescuer was a lady, then a Vaughn such and such like Mike, from a family whose ancestral home was vast and old, grand enough to have its very own dungeon. Whereas most nobility used their subterranean storage spaces for wine cellars, this family seemed to prefer taking prisoners. The thought did not fill Mike with much confidence about her mysterious rescuer. Anxiously, she glanced up to meet the source of said voice, and when she did... Oh! Mike could not help but gasp in surprise. The owner of the voice now stood upon the opposite side of the cell's door. It was not at all what Mike had imagined. She was shorter than Mike expected, shorter than Mike herself, who was dwarfed by her wealthier, significant, and older fiancé, and slender with it, her cheekbones high, her neck not dissimilar to the stem of a flower. Her skin was frighteningly pale, like that of a corpse. Beneath her eyes, Mike could see dark rings similar to those often sported during the long nights. It's at her bedroom window, unable to sleep. The woman, or was she a girl, had hair so fair that it was almost white, which almost seemed to glow in the moon's light. Her hair was not worn in a chignon, but instead was loose. It tumbled about her shoulders in waves, all disarrayed in a manner of which would have made Mike's mother swoon from the sheer impropriety of it all. The girl's appearance, but was she a girl, was striking, and not only because of her indeterminable age, but because of her eyes, which were widely spaced and fringed with the most luxurious of lashes. Her irises were not brown like Henny's, nor blue like Mike's. They were not green, not hazel, nor gray, nor any other shades like Mike had seen in the faces of her family's servants, and the attendants at the boutiques to which her mother took her to, and the congregation and at her local parish. Her irises were instead bright red, so much so they looked bordered on the visceral. These lovely irises were even redder than the blood which had seeped from Mike's sliced cheek. and seemed to be full of violence. The girl was as a perfect stranger to Mike, but her eyes told more than pleasant chit-chat would ever could. She was not normal. Mika knew instinctively as she gazed upon her that she should keep her distance if she could, but this only made her, conversely, feel even more enchanted. She could not look away from her. It was as though her captor had placed her under a spell. That woman. Honey shifted back, her skirts shifting against the ground. She's the one I told you about, Mike. The one from the woods. She's the one who fought off those bandits. I thought what I saw was unbelievable, but now I know it wasn't a dream. She really is real. She killed all those men. She's a monster. Oh, a monster, am I? The woman's unnatural eyes narrowed. Eldon, with a smile, said, You cut me to the quick, you humans do. At least you would, were I not so accustomed to it. Perhaps I bring it upon myself, given the unusual manner in which I treat my guests. But you could at least try to be polite. Why, if not for me, both of you would be lying in the woods right now, mangled beyond all recognition. So you really were the one who saved us. I thought as much. Yours isn't a face anybody could forget in a hurry. Why, thank you. I will take this as a compliment. I am very striking, you know. I am very striking, I know. Why did you save us, though? And how? I can't believe you brought us back here, wherever it is here, on your own. You must have had help. Oh, if only, but alas, I've not had any help for, well, let's see. It must have been a century at least. A century? Henny gawked at the woman, her eyes agog. But that would make you older than my grandmother. That can't be right. You don't look a day over 18. Oh, you really think so? You're too kind. Laughing softly, the woman extracted a key from her pocket, then inserted it into the awaiting keyhole. Deftly, she turned in, and deftly, she stepped inside the cell, the hem of her dark cape dragging against the uneven stone floor. Once inside the cell, she turned to close the door, then locked it anew. There, that ought to do it. It'd be horridly tedious if you tried to run from me. I would be able to catch you, of course, but I'd rather not bother with all the fuss. With this door secured, the woman placed the key inside her pocket and turned to look at her prisoners. Her red eyes met Mike's, which were narrowed with mistrust, and pouting, she said, Now, why are you looking at me like that? You're making me feel quite unwelcome. I thought you would be relieved to see my face after being left to languish in the catacombs of my castle for hours on end, but maybe I was hoping for too much. In any case, you shouldn't frown like that, dear. It's an awful waste. You'll wrinkle your pretty face. The chastisement was familiar to Mike. She had heard it many times from her mother, while Mike had been trained to obey her mother without question. However, it was not so with this strange woman. Some of her radiance fell away, and needled, Mike said, What I do with my face is of my own concern. I'm sure it's none of your business. My goodness. You're feistier than you look. And I took you for a shrinking violet, but maybe I was mistaken. You might make it for quite the amusing plaything, though you'd be a good sight prettier if you smiled. I can't say I blame you for being so surly, though. I never liked smiling on command either, though it's been many, many years since anybody tried to give me orders. It's fortunate nobody can tell me what to do now, at least. It came at quite the price, but... Oh well, never mind. Where are my manners? My name is Magdalena. Magdalena, but you can call me Lena. Lena? Oh, that's a big name. My family's name, meanwhile, is of no particular importance. They have commanded some respect back in the day, but it is not so now. They have long since been obliterated. I doubt history will remember them. It would not wish to. I'm all that is left of their legacy, a fact I would very much love to rub in their faces. But alas, I never got the chance. It is very nice to meet you for the second time this night. So saying, Lena dropped a neat curtsy, taking hold of her cape in lieu of a skirt. But I am afraid I will not be afforded much of a chance to properly know you. While I would relish in the chance to speak to a couple of young maidens such as yourselves, I have designs for you beyond idle chatter. Hi, guy. Self-care time. Okay, stretch. Ugh. I might go get another snack. I ate ramen at the beginning of this stream, but I'm still hungry. It's not very filling. Snack time, yay! Yay! Yeah, I didn't know. I have to do like accents for almost every character. Because this is all, they're all British. Because I'm assuming, because it's like royal family stuff, so it's like I'm assuming all of them have like a slightly British accent. British. How's the story, Asian guy? You liking it? Have really made progress? No! I just met up with the Oval Squad. Nice. Yeah. Okay. Isolde is pretty, bro. It just... Yeah, Isolde is really pretty. Just... Yeah. Keep going. Keep going. How long is 2.3? I think I remember it taking... And how long is 2.4? 2 days. I want to say it's probably like 10-ish hours for both patches. Because each for free Monato skin, I think 2.3 and 2.4 are about like 5 hours each. It usually takes me about 5 hours to do a Zenless patch. Because they're not as long. It's not as long as Honkai. Time to speedrun. Alright, I will be right back though. I'm gonna go get a snack. I return. I have crackers. Yay. Ugh. Well, I would relish it. It's just the chance to speak to a couple of young maidens such as yourselves. I have designs for you both beyond idle chatter. And what do you mean by that exactly? Only by that. Only by that, now that I have brought you here, I cannot continue to let you live. You have already seen too much. What? And he stared at Edlena with wide eyes, so full of fear that the air swelled with it. What do you mean? What I said, do try to keep up. It's awfully tedious having to explain myself down to the finer details. But I suppose you have the right to know the bare minimum, prisoners though you may be. I would hate to keep you in suspense. At this point, it doesn't matter how much you know. You won't be able to tell anybody else what you might learn here. You'll not be venturing forth beyond the walls of my castle ever again. Lena smiled, her lips lifting in a wicked grin, not so very unlike that of the Joker in Henny's pack of cards. Though Lena's face was white, her lips were red, much like her eyes. They stood out in her milky face, like a rose blooming despite the winter's chill. Or else, Mike thought with a shudder, a freshly spilt blood. You must understand that I am not a normal woman. No human can hope to best me when it comes to a competition of sheer strength, as the bandits who were pursuing you soon discovered. It didn't take me more than a few seconds to dispatch them. The fight they put up was so pathetic, it makes me wonder why they even bothered. If they had any respect for my time, they would have slit their own throats with their daggers and saved me the trouble. You humans can be awfully thoughtless. But if they had done that, I wouldn't have been able to bring the leader of their little group back to my castle. He was in a bad way. Yeah, and I was obliged to introduce myself to him before bestowing upon you similar honors. I really must have apologized for making you wait. Lena dropped to another curtsy, as an elegant lady might, but it smacked of insincerity. How many men and women had Lena brought to her castle, and how many had she similarly tortured? Mike knew of at least one besides herself and Henny. The bandits' leader. Did you kill him? Eventually, yes. It's quite the sight. You ought to have seen the way he begged and pleaded and groveled at my feet. A grown man like that who was practically made of muscle. Oh, how fickle fortune is. Just 1 hour hence he was the predator, stalking his prey through the woods, and the next? Lena drew a hand across her neck, the unequivocal universal gesture of a slit throat. Well, what goes around comes around. He got what he deserves, and his screams were exquisite. Did you perchance happen to hear them? He was being rather loud. But oh goodness. Surprised, are you? You shouldn't be. That man was abandoned, a vulture in man's flesh who profited on misery. If it weren't for me, you would have gone the same way as the poor unfortunates in that stalled carriage. Driver and the horses, too. Nobody was spared by their ravages, man nor beast. They made quite the grisly mess. Were I a century younger, it would have been enough to turn even my stomach. Maybe that is so, but to gloat over another death like that, it doesn't seem right. You're twisted. If I am twisted, that is only because this world. Lena began, but then paused. A momentary furrow captured her brow. But then it soon straightened out, as though nothing of note had occurred. Well, never mind that. I do not wish to spout cliches about good and evil. I would begin to bore myself. The fact of the matter is, the man got what he deserved, and as did his compatriots. I took great pains to ensure that. I paid that brigand and back to twofold for what he did to you. Did you know that he tried to be stoic in the beginning? Humans often are. Human males in particular. They've so much pride. It's funny, really, that cur that cares so very much about appearances. He was less a man than he was a dog, but he still had pretensions of greatness, or of grandeur. I soon stripped him of these lofty delusions, however. Humans are very alike in one regard, at least. You all scream the same after your bones have been broken, and you all bleed red. That man was a brigand, I'll grant you that, who deserved the hangman's noose. But that is for a court of law to decide, not you. What you did isn't justice, it's barbaric. You shouldn't be taking pleasure in other people's deaths. What gave you the right to kill him anyway? I had every right to kill him. He was trespassing upon my land, as were you and the young lady here. His life was forfeit the moment he encroached upon my territory. The Lord's prayers may say that we ought to forgive those who wrong us, but I have no patience with such teachings. They do not apply to me. The Lord has forsaken me. I am no longer a member of his congregation. He would have no love for me as I am now, and I have little love for him. I cannot conceive how he could have let me suffer so, if he truly existed. Sometimes I do wonder. So, you mean to add blasphemy to your list of crimes? Oh, I've done far, far worse than that in my time. The morals of good extensions of churchgoers do not apply to me. I am not of your kind. I am a drinker of blood who walks the night. I've been alive for over a century, though my life is very different to yours and your mistress's. I doubt you could understand me, and neither do I want you to. I have no desire to understand you either. There would be no point. We are much too different. A drinker of blood? But that would make you a vampire? It was Mike who offered forth this labeled, after Vanny's voice faltered. Mike was an ardent devourer of books, and she had read before of such shadowy denizens of the night, much to her mother's chagrin. Lady Von Essen had thought that Mike, as a well-bred young woman, ought not to read it at all. It would only excite your mind, dear. But she would instead bury herself with embroidery. Mike, however, had always preferred books to busy work, particularly at work which it involved needles. She found herself returning to stories time and time again, and whenever she needed a break from her own dreary life. Miki had read all the manner of books over the years, but she preferred adventure stories full of mystery, intrigue, and yes, even murder. Miki knew from her reading that vampires were nocturnal creatures, often aristocratic, whose shunned on the sunlight, dwelt in ruinous castles, and supped upon the lifeblood of fair maidens. Yes, Mike thought, an oddly detached manner that did make sense. She had sensed there was something strange about Lena when their eyes had first met. Lena really must have been a vampire. It all made sense, at least it would have, had Mika been a heroine in one of her novels. But in life, Mika reminded herself, was not akin to a story. Mika might have consumed books like a starving man, but she had sense enough to know that the words written within the pages of adventure stories were all scions of fiction. Vampires ought to have remained within the realms of make-believe. They had no business walking about as humans did, made of cold, unfeeling flesh with hearts which no longer beat. They were supposed to be constructs, mere figments of fancy. But Lena was undoubtedly real, and unsettling though she was, Mika did not take her for a liar. Yes, that is correct. I am a vampire, and this castle is my territory, and the woods that surround you. You wandered into my domain, you hopeless little lambs, while on the run from those awful bandits. I know none of this is your fault, and I have no quibbles with you, and I'm not blaming you for what occurred tonight. There! See how fair I am? I'm too nice by half. Too nice for my own good cause. You have been awfully surly with me, both of you, but I've only ever been polite. I would even let you go if I could. Dispatching of brigands is one thing, but I take no pleasure in harming young ladies, but I fear that would be foolhardy. I cannot allow anybody who has wandered into my realm to leave alive. I do not want you telling tall tales. I should snap both of your necks and be done with it, but... Lena's red eyes found Mike's, then held them. Her smile, which Ithero had seemed so easy, faded as she frowned. You don't seem to be a mere peasant. You tell from your clothes, dirty though they are, that you are from a wealthy background. Your voice and your bearing. Yes, even the way you look at me. It all suggests that you are, in fact, a lady. Would I be correct in that assessment? Why do you ask? It would be problematic for me if I were to dispatch a woman of renown. I would not want your disappearance to catch the attention of men in high places. If they were to send out a search party into the woods, it's not wholly impossible that they would stumble upon my home. I have lived out of sight from the public eye for nigh on a century, and I have no desire to invite half of Augsburg's constabulary into my home. The idea is incredibly unpleasant. Lena pulled a face, as a small child might when confronted it with a plate of food they did not much care for. If you really are a lady, I might do well to exercise some caution. I suppose I can always spare your life and kill only this dowdy common girl. Your maid, I take it. And Lena took to Henny, now her lips curled into a mean smile. What do you say to that? It's not a bad trade. Is it her life for yours? Precious few people who find themselves in my abode are ever able to live to tell the tale. You would be one in goodness. How many guests have I had over the years? They must be a good 200 or 300. Aren't you touched by my thoughtfulness? Silence descended in the decrepit cell following Lena's announcement. Stuck for words, Mike could only stare at her, her lips parted. What was she able to say to Elena's proposal? Was she to feel? There was a relief, certainly, at the prospect of escaping the cell, but Mike could take no pleasure, real pleasure in it. Not when it would come at the cost of Henny's life. How could she abandon her friend, who had been by her side since her early childhood? Were it not for Henny, Mike knew she would be dead already, butchered like a farmyard animal in her parents' carriage. Henny had rescued her once already. It seemed unconscionable that she should leave her now. Mike turned this over in her mind, worrying her teeth with her lower lip. When... Well, if my life is all you're after... And he reached out, taking hands between her own, and then said, "What else is there to think about? It sounds like a fine suggestion to me. Don't you agree, Mike?" What? Mike stared into Henny's round, soft eyes, her eyes vast and uncomprehending. Surely you don't mean that. You're not all right with this, are you, Henny? Well, I'd lie if I say jumping down. And for joy at the prospect of being eaten by a vampire. Henny's smile wavered, though she tried to maintain a brave face. But if it's what I got to do to save your life, Mike, I'll do it. I do love you, after all. I'm not going to let you get hurt. Henny tried to sound brave, but Mike could hear how her voice trembled all the same. Could feel, too, how Henny's hands shook. Henny, like her, had heard the screams of the bandits' leader as they echoed through the halls. Though neither woman had seen his final moments, they knew from his cries that his demise must have been barbarous. Mike could not allow Henny to endure such a suffering for her sake. She could not allow her to die. Mike knew Henny wished to only the best for her, but... No. Mike spoke up, her voice surprisingly cool, given the wild fluctuations of her heart within her breast. I won't allow that to happen. It won't be right. It wouldn't be right. If one of us must remain here, then it ought to be me. What? No, you couldn't mean that, Mike. Surely you jest. No, I'm not. You know I have a terrible sense of humor, Henny. I hardly ever tell jokes. I don't have enough levity in me for them. I'm being very serious. You always looked out for me ever since I was small. Not that I always listened to you. Don't you remember when I stole the keys to the mausoleum in my insufferable curiosity and crept inside? But of course I remember. Well, of course I remember. You dragged me in after you, despite my warnings, and it went about as badly as I expected to. Didn't it just? Faintly, Mike smiled. Dire though the situation was, happy to share this memory with Henny. For all she knew, it might have well been her last chance to reminisce with her maid like this. Mike knew not of what the future held, but Lady Von Essen was in such an awful mood when she found out. It was quite frightening. I'd never seen anything like it. Oh yes, she was fearfully cross. It's a wonder fire didn't come out of her nostrils. I recall when she struck you, and then when I tried to argue on your behalf, she struck me too. She struck me so hard, my ears still ring from it sometimes. God, yes, as poor hen. I felt awful about it at the time, really. I did. I didn't care about my punishment. God knows I deserved it, but you did nothing wrong. You'd been perfectly reasonable about the whole thing. If I'd listened to you, we could have avoided the furor altogether. But I was too reckless. I ignored your wishes, but you still tried to protect me. You jumped into my defense just like a knight, and you were slapped silly for your troubles. It was horribly unfair. Dragged you into all sorts of messes before, and you've always come to my defense. You've been a wonderful friend to me throughout the years, but I can't keep relying upon you. I don't want to take advantage of your kindness. But Mike, I like it when you rely on me. Please feel free to take advantage. That's what I'm here for. No, I can't. This isn't right. It's a long past time I repaid you. By offering yourself up as a sacrifice in my stead? This is what I want. Mike, please. Honey stared at her mistress, her wide eyes entreating. I love you, but you're acting like a crazy woman. And you are the pinnacle of rationality, are you, considering this crazy deal? That is truly insane. Don't tell me that you've expected all this. You've accepted all this. Of course I've not accepted it. I'm terrified, really. See how my poor hands are shaking? But one of us biting it has to be better than both of us. If I can protect you, I must. I will. That's my job. No, it isn't. Not any longer. I'm absolving you of your duty, Henny. This farce has lasted long enough. What farce? You know what I mean. Lena? Yes? Have you quite finished with your little quarrel? I must confess, I was beginning to feel rather left out. My apologies. I would endeavor you not to be so rude in the future, or to my hostess. Mike dipped her head in a gesture of esteem, one not so dissimilar to the way Hania was bidden to bob around her mother. Mike knew she could not afford to anger Erlena. If Mike was to save Henny, she would be obliged to beg and bow and scrape. Fortunately, begging and bowing were not beyond Mike's means. Even though she was a lady, she was no stranger to scraping either, having tearfully entreated her parents to reconsider her marriage prospects. She had failed on that score, but she didn't intend to fail now. She knew what she must say. It seemed a stretch that Magdalena would believe her, but if she did... I fear you are laboring under a misapprehension, Lady Magdalena. Your reasoning is sound. There would indeed be a ruckus if a noble woman was to go missing, but your application is not. I'm not a lady, but my companion is. Oh? Magdalena raised an eyebrow. Then... And you mean to say you are the maiden, and this lumpen Henny here is the mistress? That is correct, yes. I know I am dressed as a lady, albeit a disgraced one. But that was part of Lord and Lady Von Essence's ruse. While traveling, they often had me dressed as a lady, while Henny, that is to say, Henrique, dresses as a maid. It is a means of subterfuge, so that if our carriage were to be attacked by bandits, I am the one who would be in harm's way rather than my mistress. Only a truly desperate bandit would rummage through the pockets of a maid, especially when she is with her lady. But Mike, that's... Ellie began, but Mike cut her off. She was warming to her ruse. She found she could not still her tongue, not until she had delivered her whole address. Lady Henrique is the one who will be missed in Augsburg, not I. She has a fiancé waiting for her, you know, and he is a very important man.
If she doesn't arrive before the dawning of the next day, he will be certain to send out a search party for her. You would not want that, would you?
Magdalena pondered Mike's tall tale for a few moments, one gloved hand resting upon on her hip. As she thought, Mike stared at her, compelling her to her sheer force of will to accept her tale at face value. Mike knew her story was patently unbelievable, but she didn't need to convince a whole jury. She needed only to convince Magdalena. An age seemed to pass, during which nobody spoke until...
Oh, very well. If that is how it is, then I suppose I have no choice. You may leave my abode, Lady Henrique.
Here, Magdalena dropped another effusive curtsy.
If that is indeed your real name. I will grant you the chance to reunite with your fiancé in Augsburg, who must be awaiting you with no shortage of anticipation. Who wouldn't, after all, wish to dote upon a maiden as fair and fine as yourself? Your surprisingly well-spoken maid, however, will be bidden to remain by my side. Do we have a deal? Yes, I would do anything to ensure Lady Henrique's safety. Oh, most assuredly. You would not consent to acting as a decoy on her behalf if you didn't care. What a wonderful friendship you women have. It's quite special, really, particularly given the disparity in your social statuses. Now come along, Lady Henrique. It was very lovely to make your acquaintance, but now I fear I must cut our meeting short. Let me escort you to the front door. It's the least I can do for a woman of your lofty status. What? Mike, no! And he cried, but in vain. Magdalena was soon upon her, her pale fingers winding tight around her wrist. Mike, please stop. Tell her the truth. I'm sorry, Hen, but... Bashed, Mike dropped her gaze to the stone floor. Though she had given her life for Henny's sake, she found she could not meet her friend's gaze as she was dragged bodily from her cell. The hurt in Henny's countenance and the betrayal stung far too much. This is how it has to be. Says who? I was willing to go along with this woman's plan, but you scuppered it up. I don't understand you at all, Mike. Why would you tell such a tissue of lies for little old me? Lena, please! He stared at Lena while trying and failing to dig her heels into the stone floor of the cell. Surely you can't believe my mistress. She's obviously lying. There's no way she isn't a lady, not with her fancy proper way of talking. She's far more genteel than I could ever dream of being. Her manners are certainly more polished than your own, yes, but perhaps this comes from years of servitude. You could stand to learn a thing or two from your maid, Lady Henrique. Your fiancé won't think much of you as you are now, I'm afraid. Why, you're speaking almost like a fishwife. Now come along, let us not argue. You will give me a headache. But Mike, I can't leave her, let me go! Honey cried anew, squirming now, but Lena's hold upon her did not loosen. If anything, it seemed to grow stronger, to such a degree that Henny screamed. Ow! He's echoed through the cell, more unbearable than those of the bandit's leader during his final moments. Lena had not made Henny bleed, at least, but she was gripping her wrist so tightly that Mika feared she might snap it. Henny, who was short and dumpy, it could put little in the way of a fight. The poor maid was quite helpless before her. There was nothing which could be done, not any longer. Henny would have to leave, while Mike would remain incarcerated in this dreary cell alone. This was what Mike had wanted, and when she had spun her frankly untenable story. So why then did she feel so guilty? Let go of me, I say! Let Mike, please! Henny continued her protest, but Magdalena remained insensible to her cries. The door of the cell was closed once more with a metallic clang, and Mike was left upon the ground, pale-faced, trembling, and all alone. Forced to marry a man she doesn't love, Mike despairs her future. When she and her family follow afoul of bandits sit deep in the wood. With the help of her maid Henny, Mike is able to escape. Only to find herself captured by the mysterious vampire Magdalena. Oh, there's the other ones. Mike fears her capture, and yet... she feels safer with Magdalena than she ever did with her fiancé. Damn, all of that was the intro? I'm gonna save that just so. Because I'm assuming there's gonna come a time where I have to make like decisions, so I wanna like save at breakpoints. Sorry, cracker break. Time passed at an agonizingly slow pace as Mike sat on the stone floor of her cell with her legs demurely crossed. Without Henny to cheer her, the air felt colder than it had before, the shadows darker. Lena had taken Henny from the cell so abruptly she hadn't been afforded the chance to collect her scattered playing cards. Now these cards were strewn about the floor, red diamonds, red as Magdalena's eyes, and coal black clubs. Mike caught the eyes of a nearby joker, his lips pulled into an unsettling smile, and shivered. She knew she was being paranoid, but she felt it almost as if the card was mocking her. Mike reached out, fingers trembling, to grab the card, then flipped it over. She did not want to look at the joker's grinning face. She did not want to think either about what Henny was doing or how she was feeling, and she certainly did not want to think of her own future. It would be easier to drive such musings from her mind, and yet, though Mike tried to keep her thoughts placid,
and like the smooth surface of an untroubled lake, sinister queries, sharp-toothed eels rise just beneath the surfaces. What would happen when Magdalena returned? Did she mean to kill Mike quickly, or would she make her suffer first? Lena had seemed to derive great pleasure from her torture of the bandit's leader, but she had said she did not care to harm young ladies. Had she meant it? Mika could only hope if Magdalena did mean to kill her, she would do so quickly. She had suffered enough for one night, no, for one lifetime. Mika, despite her heroism, did not want to die. The thought terrified her. When she imagined how Elena might kill her, a blade to her throat perhaps, poisoning, drowning, strangulation, her skin, in which it was now icy cold, rippled with goose flesh. She did not want to be stabbed or poisoned or drowned or choked. She wanted to live. Mika had read stories of knights and their exploits, but she was no chivalrous sir herself. She was a young woman, though not, as her mother might have reminded her, so very young anymore, and she had little experience of the world beyond her parents' home. From an early age, Mika had been taught to hold her tongue, hold her thoughts, to be sweet and pretty and patient, and above all else, pliant. She was not supposed to think of herself, let alone stand up for herself. It was inappropriate conduct for a lady. Mika had endured 25 years as such, living only to please her parents and her parents' esteemed visitors, and later her parents' chosen fiancé. But it had not felt like living. The only times Mika felt herself were those when she played cards with Henny, or read her books, or sat up by her window at night and stared out into the garden. Mika was 25, almost 26, but she knew nothing of the world. She knew nothing of freedom. She had never truly lived. How then was she supposed to die? She could not pass on, surely, until she had at least been afforded the chance to visit some of the places she had read about in her stories. Such dreams had been, and all which had kept Mika going throughout her dreary days kept indoors. She had preserved, not for the sake of her present, but which she had lamented, but the hopes of a better future which waited beyond the horizon. Now Mika feared she would never be able to reach that future. Her life was to be curtailed before it could truly begin. She would never see any of the world now. Paris and Venice and Rome would remain a mystery to her. Exotic settings for stories that and nothing more. She had been born trapped, and now she would die. The only difference was it was no longer her parents entrapping her, but a monster. Had her 25 years thus far been a story, Mika thought bitterly, it would have been in a hopelessly dull one, full of endless waiting, but a precious little doing. Waiting to live. Waiting to die. Was there any difference between these two states, really, when all was said and done? There's no point in crying about it. Mika muttered under her breath, in the dark for her own peace of mind. There's no guarantee I would have been allowed to live, even if Lena did set me free. I would have had to return to her Gerhardt, and we would be wed, and I would spend the rest of my days trapped in his house. I would go from being a cloistered daughter to a crossed wife. Is that any better, really?
In Mike's eyes, it would have been nothing but another form of imprisonment. Walter had the money and to travel anywhere, but whether he would be willing to expend these funds on Little John's for his housebound, bored wife was doubtful. Perhaps it was better this way. Mike had no life, and she knew waiting for her beyond the walls of... Had no life, she knew, waiting beyond... And for her beyond the walls of Lena's castle. She had never been allowed to live as she wanted. That being the case, she might as well die. She had nothing left to lose. The minutes passed by, each more intolerable than the last, until Mika was alerted by the sound of footsteps. The iron doors which partitioned the cell from the hall opened with a scraping squeal, and once more Lena entered Mika's cell. Though Magdalena had left with an unwilling Henny in tow, she was now alone. Henny had gone. Well, well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? I'll bear you, my dear captive, I do apologize for the wait. Oh, never mind about me. What about Henny? Did you set her free? Goodness me, your loyalty towards your lady is most profound. I was certain you'd be inquiring about your own fate, but no, you seemed only to care for her. You really ought to worry about yourself more, given the circumstances. But I shall endeavor you to allay your worries. I did indeed set your mistress free. I escorted her to the entrance of my home, and bid her on her merry way. Why do you ask? Do you not trust me? You've done little to deserve it, given the way you treated Henny and I, but... oh. I'm so glad to hear it. My only hope that Henny will be alright on her own. That remains to be seen. I might have set her free, but there's no guarantee that she will be able to find her way to Augsburg, not in the dark with all this fog. Errors. He is on hold for the Sultan. Good. Yes. Sit down. Close the wallet. Just for 2 weeks. So no, they enter the Sultan. Okay. Okay. Oh my gosh. Anyway, gonna lurk. Okay, have a good lurky. Takes my hair, lurks. Okay. Yay! Stream streak! Woo! These woods are dense, and the paths are not clearly signposted. It would come as no surprise if she were to find herself lost, or else at the mercy of wild animals. This forest is teeming with wolves. Did you know that? Wolves? Oh yes, this forest is just as much as their territory as it is mine. They often come out at night to hunt. Bandits aren't the only things fair ladies have to watch out for. But if your lady is a friend is resourceful and luck is on her side, she should emerge from this trial unscathed. Let us hope that she'll be all right, shall we?
Mike said nothing to this, but instead dropped her gaze, her irises fixed upon her knees. Her mind turned not to her own indeterminate fate, but to Henny, who would now be staggering through the woods, wreathed in an ephemeral fog. Mike saw Henny backed against a copse of trees. It was their branches slender, sinister, as a pack of hungry wolves bore down on her, their eyes glistening madly in the moonlight. But that was only one possibility. Lena had said Henny would need luck on her side, and Henny had that in spades, if her performance in Joker was anything to be believed. She'd always been better at cards than Mike.
Now, enough about Lady Henrique. She is no longer my captive and, as such, is of little interest to me. I would far rather speak to you. To me? Yes, indeed. I have designs on you, my loyal little serving girl. I do hope you'll make yourself useful during your stay. Designs? Then you mean...
Mike presented her fingers to the base of her throat. She could feel her pearls beating beneath the surface of her cool skin, as erratic as a rabbit caught in a snare.
Do you wish to drain me of my blood? Do you want me to drain you of your blood?
Lena tittered.
How very eager you are! It is not that. You do not misunderstand. I wish only if you mean to kill me that you would do so quickly. I've grown sick of waiting. Oh yes, that look in your eyes is delectable. It may even be even more so even than your blood. You're so very defiant, but what is this I spy? You appear to be shaking, my poor little Mike. That is because of the cold. And not because of your fright? I was able to protect my dear friend. I've got nothing to be afraid of now. Then you care nothing for your own life? I've never been afforded a life. You may take it if you wish. I wouldn't be the only one. Yes. That is the fate, or so I've heard, of being a servant, you poor dear.
Lena's red eyes softened, and for a moment Mike wondered whether she could not see a trace of sympathy upon her captor's fair face. It lasted only a second, however, before it faded.
Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm afraid I can't comply with your request. For the moment, that is. I will drain you of your blood in due course, but I've no desire to do so now. The bandits I encountered earlier made it for more than a satisfactory meal. I am so glutted that I do not think I could drink another drop of blood. Then you mean to draw this force out longer still? I'll draw it out for as long as I wish, until I'm sufficiently thirsty. There seems little sense in overindulging. I'm sure your blood will taste sweeter than the bandits, but that only makes it more imperative that I save you until I truly want you. Though Mike's death Lena spoke of, there seemed to be something sultry, seductive even, in the way she stressed her words. Mike, who was as unused to being watched, found the blood pooling beneath her cheeks, despite the chill which clung to her. How would it feel when Melina brought her lips to her neck? You know, I was doubting if this was a dating sim, but girl's already horny. Would it hurt? Suppose she would feel a pricking sensation as Lena's teeth sank into her flesh, and then... Now, won't you come with me? You'll catch your death of cold staying inside this dreary cell. Then you'll be of no use to anybody. If I am simply your property, I prefer to do so while your body is still warm. If I am to enjoy you properly, I would prefer to do so while your body is still warm. I read that totally wrong. Ugh. What? Mega looked at Lena, her blue eyes is uncomprehending. Are you really letting me go? In a manner of speaking, yes. Though I'll only be transporting you from one prison to another. As your hostess, I don't believe these quarters are wholly appropriate for long-term stay, especially not a fair maiden such as yourself. You will be in my abode for several days yet, I fear, till I have further need of you. Till then, I would like you to live in some measure of comfort. How unexpected. I didn't know you were so gracious. I can be. I've hidden depths, much unlike the forest that surrounds my humble abode. I do so hate to see you shiver so, and your skin is so pale, poor dear. You and I could almost be sisters. White skin may be fitting for us vampires, but it isn't so for maidens, not even the fairest in all the land. Now, please follow me. I doubt you've any real wish to stay here, languishing, unless you mean to make a further martyr of yourself. No, Mike bit her lower lip. She was loath to accept kindness from Lena, but she did raise a fair point. It was cold in her cell and miserable alongside it. If she remained there overnight, it did not seem impossible that the blood in her veins really might freeze. Mike had already given up her own life, but she did not want to die as a stray dog, racked with shivers. Bald dog! I Asian guy! I'm stretching. Ugh. Ugh. Beach. If that is what you want from me, then I've no reason to refuse. How very biddable you are. The words which come from your mouth might be stubborn, but it seems you've experience when it comes to following orders. Of course I do. I'm a maid, like I said. Ah, yes, so you did. That would explain your servility. Part of me was hoping you might refuse, that I would be bidden to carry you. But this is fine, too. It spares me the effort. Shall we? Please, lead the way. Mike dropped and hugged Lena a curtsy, this time taking her dirty skirts between her fingers, the pads of which had turned pink from the cold. Lena smiled at this display. For a prisoner, you're awfully cheeky. Then turned her upon her heel after bidding Mike to follow. Naturally, Mike obeyed. She could see that she had little choice in the matter. Lena led Mike down on a twisting hallway packed full of cells identical to the one Mike and Henny had been imprisoned in. Mike tried not to peer into those cells as she passed them, but curiosity soon overcame her, and she found her head swiveling. She feared as she stared through the darkness she might encounter sights more horrific than she was capable of comprehending. Rusted torture instruments, perhaps, or dead bodies. But it was so very dark in the bowels of Lena's home that Mike could scarcely see anything. Not even in the moonlight, which spilled intermittently through the barred windows, could fully illuminate the sprawling prisons in complex. This, Mike supposed, tearing her eyes away from one of the cells as she passed it, was probably a good thing. She had witnessed enough horrors for one night. Lena eventually brought Mike to the foot of a staircase which led up from her subterranean cells. Careful. Lena cautioned Mike before they began their ascent. These steps are steep and slippery too. If you fall, you may break your neck. Had Mike been less nervous, she might have laughed to hear her jailer fuss over her so. A broken neck didn't seem so very cruel a fate when compared to Elena's designs upon her. Perhaps it would be quicker to die thus, rather than having her blood drained. At very least, it would be a swifter demise than freezing in her prison cell. Mike felt a little in the way of humor, however, as she took the chill banister beneath her right hand and began to climb. She could recognize the irony in Lena's warning, though only vaguely. Her mouth felt honed into a permanent line, as though carved from stone, her brow furrowed. It seemed unlikely she would ever smile again. The chill basement faded as
as Mike cleared the final step of the twisting staircase to emerge in a spacious hallway lined with arched windows. The hallway is not so very dissimilar similar in decor to her parents' home, though it is less ornate and the furnishings worn down by old age. It was apparent that Lena's home had once been noble, but had clearly fallen into rot and ruin, its heyday long since past. The air in the ground floor smelt almost as rank as in that dungeon, and every conceivable surface was heaped with inches of dust. There was so much dust, in fact, that Mike could feel it in the air when she inhaled. The dust irritated her eyes and nose and laid heavily unpleasantly upon her tongue. Mike swallowed, hoping to avoid her mouth of the taste of decay, but in vain. The dust was so thick she sneezed, which prompted Lena to say, "Bless you."
Thank you.
Mike replied, abashed, and then,
I thought you did not care for God or his teachings. I don't, but I presume that you do. I thought you might appreciate it. I see. How very thoughtful of you. I know. For a vampire, I'm usually sensitive.
Mute with fatigue, Mike continued to follow Lena to the end of the hall, wherein a wooden door was inlaid. Lena seized the brass handle and twisted it, then pushed it ajar. It stuck for a few moments, as though unwilling to move, but soon shifted, creaking as it did so. When the door swung back, it was to reveal a vast, spacious room with a ceiling so cavernous Mike had to crane her neck to see it. A large, ornate staircase was in the center of the room, which rose to the floor above it, the banisters made of wrought iron. This, Mike supposed, must have been the entrance hall. It had clearly been designed to impress, for its vastness was almost dizzying. Lena's home, could it really be a castle, was larger even than Mike's, and vast enough to be unnerving. Trapped within the scene of spoiled luxury, Mike felt smaller than ever before, a tiny doll other than a grown woman, rattling about in a playhouse. The entrance hall had been fine once, but it showed clear signs of deterioration. The dust was so profuse that it made Mike's eyes water, and several of the stone steps which led upwards were cracked and chipped. A grand piano could be found in one corner of the room, but its lid was shut, and Mike doubted it had been played, if it still could be played, in decades. There was a chandelier in the entrance hall, hanging aloft from the high ceiling, but when Mike craned her neck upwards, she could see it, even the dark that it was festooned with the spider webs. The housemaid might have been a grand once, but it was not so now. It seemed to a wonder, really, that it still stood, when it clearly was uncared for. Your servants don't seem to be working very hard. Mike spoke lightly, her voice swallowed by empty air.
Perhaps you ought to see the hiring new staff. My mistress would never permit.
My mistress would never permit. Mike brought her hand to the banister of the grand staircase and then drew it back, wincing. The pads of her thumb and an index finger were fuzzy with dust.
This. Oh?
Lena, who had already begun to ascend the staircase, turned to look at Mike and smiled.
Are you judging my home, Mike? I would never presume to be so rude. I just thought it might feel more homey, that's all. If it were less... Less of a pile? Lena laughed and shook her head. You are quite right, of course, to judge. Please judge away to your heart's content. I have never been a fan of this place myself. Its scale is too grandiose even for my liking. My great-grandfather, he was the one who had this place built. He had more money than sense, and absolutely no taste to back it up. A house has no need to be this large. But there was land enough for it, and money too, and when a man has land and money, it means he will often think, well, why not? Practicality matters little in decisions of great men, and neither, to my unending woe, does aesthetic sense. I can believe that. My own father, my master, rather. Mike's face flushed at this graph, the tips of her ears turning pink. Of this gaff, it's half filled but my own residence with pointless baubles. They were all very expensive, but not particularly cohesive. A little posture check. I'll sit up. I'll stretch a little bit too. No. Don't be a shrimp. I was shrimping a little bit. Thank you. Ugh. Okay. The parlor looked more like a museum once he was through with it. It hardly seemed like a place to sit and relax. I was too afraid to spend any measure of time in there in case I broke something. Then it seems we have something in common. I found this place dismal even when my family was alive, and we had a legion of maids back then to keep everything spick and span. They had kept the dust and the cobwebs at bay, bless their hearts. They couldn't combat the loneliness. Now my family is dead, and all our maids along with them. I can hardly take on new hires, being what I am, and my home was rather left to go to ruin. I clean what I can, but there's so very much house to clean, and only one of me. It's quite the overwhelming challenge. My attempts at cleaning have fallen quite by the wayside during this last half a century. I hope you can forgive all the slovenliness. Oh, no, it's fine. I understand. You're too kind. Lena's red eyes softened, and they had as they had back in the dungeon, with something akin to sympathy. But before Ermike could ponder this, her jailer turned. Oh, look and listen to me prattle on. It is most inconsiderate of me, especially when you must be tired. Let us make haste to your room. Mike followed behind Lena as a puppy might, almost grateful for her for the promise of a room and of a bed. It was as Lena said, she really did feel tired. She was more than ready to lie down beneath warm covers, or even lukewarm covers, and sleep. Anything would have been better than the stone floor on which she had been lying. Mike yawned, and her eyes blossoming with tears anew, while pressing her right hand, fingertips still flecked with dust, instinctively to her mouth. Oh?
But half asleep, Abe though she was, Mike's senses were alert enough for her to detect a sudden noise. There came, in through the yawning gulf of the entrance hall, a sound not dissimilar to that Mike had heard in the dungeon. It was a scream, or was it? Mike was unsure. The scream was fainter than the other one she had detected in the dungeon, and seemed to emit not from the ground under which the cells lay, but above her head. Was there another person concealed in Lena's abode, somebody other than herself? Was it another captive kept separate from the rest? Was it Henny?
Lena. Lena, please.
Magdalena is quite the mouthful. I'd rather you use the nickname, as you did with your mistress. Mike wished to contest this, but her relationship with Magdalena wasn't close enough to allow the use of nicknames. But she felt too tired to engage in an argument. What did it matter, really, how she addressed Magdalena? Soon she would be dead. Lena, then. What was that noise I just heard?
What noise? You didn't hear it?
Mike stared at Magdalena, her expression one of patent disbelief. It wasn't very loud, I'll grant you, but it was unmistakable. It sounded just like a scream.
A scream,
Magdalena pondered, one hand beneath her chin.
Such sounds are not heard of in my abode when I'm attending to a prisoner.
Mike shivered.
But there's nobody here now except me and you. Nobody living, at least. Then, it's not the imprisoned bandit?
Certainly not.
He will never make a peep again. I made sure of that with my own 2 hands. It would be hard for him to speak with half his throat torn out, you see.
Oh! Mike pressed a hand to her own throat as if to check its integrity. As she did so, choked. The air was so thick with dust, it was hard to breathe.
Now, my dear, worry not. It was not your mistress who screamed thus, and if that is what you were wondering, I am a woman of my word, and I promise I let her go. She's quite... well...
She is not necessarily all right, but she is away from me, and there is the possibility that she might have lived to see another dawn.
Then who screamed? What was that sound?
It must have been your imagining. You have overexerted yourself after this night's events. Anybody would be exhausted in your situation.
It didn't feel like a dream, though.
No. Magdalena shrugged in a manner which did not seem quite in keeping with her aristocratic bearing.
I suppose it must have been the wind, then. It is very draughty in here.
Is that all?
That's all it could have been, unless you mean to suggest that the dead can speak.
Magdalena's red eyes bored into Mike's, so intense that Mike feared they would consume her. Unsettled, Mike glanced away.
No, I wasn't suggesting that.
Good. I know it is expected for women to lose their minds at the drop of a hat, but I've grown quite sick of being regarded as the weaker sex. I'm pleased to see you're doing in your level best not to let us down. Why, you haven't even swooned once, which is more than most men can say when I bring them here. It's really quite commendable. You might swoon, though, from lack of sleep if we continue to tarry. Let us be off. We shall never make it to our destination. Mike nodded, then followed along behind her hostess anew.
She could no longer hear the scream, but its memory haunted her all the same. That cry she had heard, though briefly, it had not sounded like the breeze, regardless of what Magdalena had said. Was certain that that sound had belonged to a person, but why would Magdalena lie about such a thing? It was impossible to say. Here we are, home sweet home. So? Magdalena looked at Mike, an amused smile playing on her lips. What do you think? Mike examined the room mutely, her hands folded at her front. The chamber Magdalena had brought her to was dark, lit only by a pair of candles on either side of the bed. Mike could see despite the darkness, that it was every bit as derelict as the rest of Lena's home. However, and even if she hadn't been able to see it, she would have been able to smell it. The air was fusty, as though it had been left to circulate inside the room for years upon end, which it most likely had. Every surface, meanwhile, was covered in dust. The sheets upon the bed, though neatly made, were wholly with age and with insects, as was the carpet on the floor. It was a sad room which had been ignorant of human occupation for years, but it was still a superior set of lodgings to those in which Mike had awoken. At least the room had a bed, a four-poster one, no less, like the one in Mike's home, with a mattress and sheets upon which Mike could rest her weary limbs. The bedchamber had a wardrobe too, though Mike possessed nothing to store in it save for the tattered clothes upon her own back. There was a writing desk upon which lay a basin for washing, and a chamber pot for more delicate business beneath. The pot was thankfully far cleaner than the one Mike had found in the dungeon, so white and spotless she imagined it unused. The desk faced a large window, which was currently obscured by a set of dark bluish curtains. Mike could not see beyond this window, though she doubted it would have been afforded much of the view if she had drawn the curtains back. It was very late, after all. It was not as cold in this room as it was in the underground cells, but it wasn't warm either. The wind crept through the fire cracks in the aged windows to toy with the reddish-orange flames of the two lit candles, to toy too with Mike's hair and the hem of her dress. She shivered. Do you not have a tongue in your head? Magdalena needled Mike, who had yet to speak. Don't tell me that you've come over all shy. I brought you to this room solely so that you might sleep. I have no wicked designs on your innocence, regardless of how pretty you are. I only want your blood, not your body. We'll see about that. We'll see about that. I beg your pardon. Mike blinked at Magdalena, uncomprehending. What designs are you speaking of? You cannot tell? I'm sure I've no idea. None whatsoever? None at all. I'm wholly ignorant of such affairs. Goodness me! Magdalena rolled her red eyes upwards to the ceiling, which seemed to sag beneath its own weight. I can't tell whether you're being dense on purpose or whether you really are that innocent. Did your mother never teach you what men and women do in chambers such as this? Oh, man. Okay.
We're getting to that to language like this way earlier than I expected.
My mother did not know. She thought such topics were beneath her. Was my governess's job, although. I don't think I would care to do much of anything in a chamber like this one. It smells like the grave. Tut tut. You're being rather rude about my home, you know. Here I am, trying to be a good hostess, and you throw my kindness back in my face. I know you do not like your home much either, you told me. Touché. I did try to pick out one of the pleasanter rooms for you, but there are so very many of them it is difficult to keep abreast of them all. I'd rather have visitors over, and when I do, they all get thrown into the dungeon. There seemed little point, therefore, in keeping those rooms spick and span. I hope you can forgive all the dust and general disuse. Oh, I've more to take issue with than that. Yes, I suppose you do. You must have quite the bone to pick with me. Maybe I do, but not right now. I'm too tired. Yes, you do look it. Your face is frightfully pale. I think a good night's sleep is what the doctor ordered, provided you are able to rest, that is. That would be nice, but... Mike let her fingers trail along the brocaded covers of the bed, and her expression pensive. What did you mean earlier when you said no designs on my innocence? Yeah, me, I thought that you were joking. But I can see that you're in no fit state for it. I don't tell jokes. I've got little to laugh about. And you have even less to laugh about now, you poor dear. Lena cleared her throat. I meant only to say that I would not do unto you as a man might, regardless of our surroundings. I've no nefarious intentions, of that you can be assured.
Oh, she blushing. First blush of the game, let's go!
Make thought of her governess's explanation of sex, and of Walter's expectations come on their wedding night, and flushed. The sudden rush of blood beneath her cheeks excited Edlena in any way. She did not show it, though her fingers did twitch it in their tight, constricting gloves. I don't understand. I know what men and women do behind closed doors, but how could two women set about something similar? It's not possible.
Oh, she was not taught about. Oh, honey, it's possible. I'm sure it is. You just haven't been taught that.
You think so? I know so. My governess explained everything to me in great detail. When one wishes to make a baby. No one said about making a baby. No one said that. When one wishes to make a baby, well, two women cannot do that. There would be no sense to it. And you think people ought to do things only because they make sense? That is quite narrow-minded. But people are often uneducated in such affairs, both in my time and your own. In some ways, the world has changed a great deal, yet in others... Well, never mind. I can see I'm only confusing you. You're so very innocent, it hurts. Perhaps it is to be expected, though. Ladies ought not to know of such things. They are born and bred to be ignorant. What? Mike had not understood the full implications of Magdalena's previous lament, but she understood well enough that what she meant by this. Why would you call me that? I already told you I'm not a lady. I am Lady Henrique's faithful servant. Yes, you did say. And that is true. She is the lady. I am not. You did labor up to that. Did labor that point in quite intensely. Yes, back in the cells. You were so fervent about it. You almost had me fooled. At least you would have. If you weren't such a terrible actress. What? Oh, don't what to me. It's quite tiresome. Do you think I'd fail to notice all of your fancy turns of phrase? Your vocabulary is that of a well-to-do young madam, not a maid, not even a lady's maid. You wear that sumptuous dress of yours easily, dirty though it is, and your bearing is definitively regal. You could never hope to pass as a common serving girl, not in a month of Sundays. I'm not stupid. Then Mike sank down onto the bed, which creaked beneath her as if warning. Her palms were pressed into the mattress to support her weight, which all of a sudden felt excessive, and her heart was pounding like a drum. You knew I was lying from the very beginning? Indeed, I did. It was very obvious. I can tell you have no practice in deceit, Mike. You're much too sweet for it. But if you knew I was lying, why did you agree to let Henny go? Herr Gerhardt won't lift a finger to aid Henny if she disappeared. But he will surely come looking for me. Herr Gerhardt, is that the name of your fiancé? Yes, it is. And you don't refer to him by his Christian name? That is... Yeah, me, you must be very close to the man. Why, you make him sound like a stranger. You truly wish to marry him? I hadn't a choice. My parents... yes, it was silly of me to ask. That is how it always goes, doesn't it? And what of your fiancé? Does he know you well enough to try and rescue you? I think he might. Mike swallowed, tasting the dust on her tongue. He's an important businessman. He takes exacting care over his investments, or so I've heard. I imagine it would be the same for me, too. I am a von Essen, after all. There would be a lot of prestige in wedding me. So, that is how he regards you? As a profitable purchase? I cannot say. After all, I hardly know him, and therefore I cannot judge how he sees you. Does that sum it up? It is. It is not entirely inaccurate, no. Well, what a woeful state of affairs this is. Sounds like you would be wretched whether you were in my home or out of it, particularly if the latter would entail being by this Herr Gerhardt's side. Perhaps I did you a favor by bringing you here? Mika did not reply for this. She did not want to give Evlena dissatisfaction. Well, never mind all that. Your fiancé can try to look for you if he likes. I do not care. I doubt he would ever be able to best me. But you said you wished to avoid all that. Did I really? Yes, you did. That's why you proposed letting me go. Oh, yes, good memory. I would seem I did it that the cold hadn't eaten away all of your faculties, and not just yet, at least. As for why I changed my mind, well, that needn't concern you. But this is about me. Surely it must concern me. Oh, there is no real reason behind it. It was nothing more than an act of whimsy on my behalf. She thinks you're pretty. If you truly want to know why I went along with your chicanery, then... Let us say that I felt touched when you offered to throw your life away for the sake of your maid. Few mistresses would be capable of such compassion. It was truly remarkable. I didn't want our efforts to be in vain, that's all. Are you prepared to put yourself in danger for all that? I won't be in any danger. I am a vampire. I can shatter rib cages with a single touch. Or thereabouts. That's at least. No, you really must get some sleep. It would be much better for you than asking all of these silly questions. But I've nothing to change into. What will I sleep in? I considered as much, so I took the liberty of stocking these drawers with some of my own clothes before I fetched you. You should find that they fit, more or less. And they're clean, which is more than can be said to the rest of the linens in this place. There are books on the shelves too, which you may read. I drew up a basin of water for you to wash yourself in upon waking. You could find no better amenities at my inn. I do hope you have a pleasant night and sweet dreams. Lena smiled sardonically, then dropped Mika another curtsy. Just try not to breathe in through your nose if the smell bothers you. I wouldn't want you to spend the night coughing. A fair lady such as yourself needs her sleep. Laughing to herself, Lena straightened, then turned. She departed, her long cloak trailing behind against the age-spotted carpet, and shut the door behind her. Mika waited until she heard Lena's footsteps fade, then rose once more to her feet. She crossed the room, her legs trembling, and seized the doorknob between her fingers, but it stubbornly refused to budge. The door was locked. Well, of course it is. What did I expect? Defeated, Mike returned to the bed. Weary from all that had happened, she collapsed upon it, her loose hair strewn in spirals across the sheets. Mike stared up at the ceiling, which was drenched in darkness, and softly muttered, "What am I going to do now?" Mike's question, of course, fell upon deaf ears. There was nobody to hear her. She was all alone. Mike tossed and turned uneasily that night in a bed which smelt of disuse and decay. It was more comfortable than the cell in which she had been held, but it was almost as cold, its thin sheets eaten away by old age and insects. At least in the dungeon, it was with its sole wooden cot and its solitary window, was supposed to be inhospitable. This bedroom, meanwhile, was a different matter. It was richly furnished, but all of its decorations had since been ravaged by time and unrepentant advances. The men and women who must have stayed in this room once more than a century ago would surely be dead now. In that sense, the room felt akin to a crypt. Did that make the bed a sarcophagus? Mike's corpse? Lena had spared Mike's life for the present, but Mike doubted that she would be so fortunate in the future. Magdalena was not, Mike reminded herself, a human, but a vampire. She was meant to suck Mike of her blood, and when she did, Mike would lose her life, just as this room's previous inhabitants surely had. Magdalena's home was so decrepit, it seemed unfathomable that life could flourish within its walls. Hi, Asian guy. Checking back in. Hi. It was too much of a baddie. I take it you caught up then. Sarah is still there. I almost lost the 1v1. I did too, I think, actually. Because it's weird, because Orphe is a support character. You're not supposed to be on field with her much. It felt like my dodges weren't dodging. It was not so very different, really, from the Von Essen mausoleum. The air even smelt the same. It smelt of death. No matter how Mikia tried, she could not get comfortable. All the while she tried to sleep, she heard the wind howling outside, creeping stealthily like black cloaked thieves to the cracks of the glass panels. Mikia's bare toes curled against the mattress. Anxiously, she shuddered. What was to become of her now? Whee!
Act 2, Dust and Decay.
Wow. Ooh.
I wonder how many acts there are. Oh, we're back to Henny. Is Henny gonna be okay? While Mike began to drift off into an uneasy slumber, Henny was busy cutting her own way through the dense, sprawling forest. Lena had been in as good as her word, and she had indeed set Henny free, a concession that Henny hadn't expected from her. Monsters weren't known for their amiability, nor for their sincerity. Henny had believed and Lena had dragged her bodily from that cold, hateful prison, that she would be put to death, torn apart just like the bandits in the forest and as had been. Henny's heart had hammered in her chest with each step through those subterranean cells, and inwardly she had cursed Lena's name. She had thought of demanding that the vampire let her go, but common sense had told her any act of resistance would be in vain. Lena would not listen to her. Why would she, when Henny was but a human woman? A short, dowdy one of unimpressing features, unprepossessing features besides. Henny had been prepared to die for Mike's sake, but she hadn't wanted to die needlessly while Mike suffered still. Fear had dodged her, sewn beneath her skin like 1,000 needles. But in the end, Lena had surprised Henny. She had, after all, led Henny through her large, dust-covered entrance hall and out to the front door. Well, Lena had addressed Henny thus, one eyebrow raised as she pushed the door ajar. Are you going to leave like your silly, sentimental mistress wanted you to, or will you prefer to stand there looking stupid? What? You knew Mike is my mistress all this time? Of course I did. Of course I did. Do you take me for a fool? I wasn't born yesterday. Deception isn't very hard to sniff out once one has been alive for as long as I, and your mistress's attempts at subterfuge were laughably poor. Oh, I thought all the same myself. Mike always loses it when we play cards. He's awful at them, really, but... Goodness! You already know that Mike is my mistress and I am the maid. Why are you letting me go and not her? Well, why not? I can do as I please. This is my home, and I am free to decide who I allow it to stay here. It is, yes, but... Enough. It is not your place to question my decisions, human. You must remember to respect your elders and your betters. I have decided to let you go out of the goodness in my heart. I released you from your cell, and now I have even brought you to my front door, but still you will not go. Do you like it here so very much? Please don't tell me that you have a death wish. It would undermine all your poor mistress's ploys. If you truly loved her, you would not let her noble sacrifice go to waste, now would you? Henny had grit her teeth together as she regarded Egg Magdalena, stung by her own words. Lena was not so very tall, nor so very imposing. but her supreme self-confidence was unsettling, and as was the latent malice which lurked beneath her pristine smile. Had Henny not seen what Adlena was capable of in the woods, she would not have known to fear her. Henny had seen what Magdalena could do, however, and it unsettled her. The bandit's screams had their severed limbs, and their severed limbs would not leave her, daubed against her eyelids just as their blood had been splashed, red and streaky, across the forest floor. Henny had known that she could not fight against Magdalena, and neither could she argue with her. It had been abundantly plain, as much as the nose upon Henny's own face, that she would not let her Mike go. She'd already made up her mind. Alright then, I'll leave, if that's what you're after. I won't forget you though, Magdalena. I won't forget what you've done to me or Mike, and I won't forget that you're still holding her captive. Come back, I swear it on my ma's life, and I won't leave without Mike. Really now, that's quite the declaration. I suppose I should look forward to seeing you again, Lady Enrique. It gets lonely here, living in this desolate old pile, but I do love entertaining guests. I will be sure to save a place for you at my tea table, ensuring that you are able to make it out of the forest in one piece, of course. It's awfully dark out there, and look at all the fog. I don't much fancy your chances, but what do I know? You might be more durable than you look. Henny had not dignified this teasing retort with an answer. Instead, she had turned, trying to assume as much dignity as she could, which, given her life spent serving in the Von Essen family, was more than one might have assumed, and marched off with her head held high. If her shoulders had trembled when she entered the forest, I swear if they make Yishuan on a villain, I will flip. Let's be honest, they probably are. Let's be honest. Because they care about getting money from putting his sister in the gacha. To be honest, I'm more surprised that we even got Hugo. Because it seems like they don't really like to make... I mean, they're better about it with Zenless than in other games, but they don't seem to like making male characters a lot. Give me one more person that doesn't do the surprise betrayal. Because it ain't even a surprise no more if they do it so many times. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I'm easy, so it's like... I buy it every time. It's like, it always shocks me. Like, the twist with Azolda, didn't see that coming. I mean, I saw the one oncoming with the Shiwan oncoming, but like... You know... You're right, though. I wish they wouldn't do it so much. I knew that Zolda was coming, so... yeah. I just want Yishiwan to be a good boy. Yeah. Yeah. It would be nice if we could get, like both of them. Because we know that Shungong is it. Hot ego's evil. You know what? And you're not even wrong. You're totally right. Gonna go look for lunch before starting 2.4. I can do this. You can do it! You can do it, Asian guy! I believe! If her shoulders had trembled when she entered the forest, it had not been too apparent. Now free from Lena's clutches, Henny continued to pick her way through the woods. Henny thought of Lena and of Mike, how her poor mistress must have been faring as she trudged onwards. Her thoughts strayed on occasions, to her own safety, and whether she would really be able to emerge from the woods unscathed. But whenever she began to doubt herself, she bit the inside of her cheek in self-rebuke. It was not, Henny told herself, a case of if she would escape the woods, but when. Henny knew that if she succumbed either to wild animals or to the icy air, Mike's fate would be sealed. Mike was relying upon her, which means she had to keep going. There was nothing else for it but to keep putting one foot in front after the other, no matter how many times it took. Henny continued to walk, her dark eyes focused on the uneven path ahead. It was very dark in the forest, and the moon did little to light her way. The trees were dense, their foliage vast, and only a few slivers of milky light could penetrate their bower. The wind blew cold and sharp, further teasing Henny's dark hair into disarray. Her dress, which was stained and dirty from the night's exertions, fluttered about her legs. Back then, Henny had thought only of escaping from the bandits. She had squeezed Mike's hand tightly in her own, and had pulled her along as a child might aid a beloved toy, careless of which direction they had been fleeing. Henny hadn't known where they were going. She hadn't much cared either. She had only wanted to save herself and her mistress too. Now, Henny walked at a more regular pace. Her limbs were too weary to run, but by God, her legs felt like lead, and she felt the need to preserve her strength. The hours passed by in a blur, unbeknownst to Henny, who had no timepiece as she walked. She did not know where Augsburg was, or if she was even moving in the right direction. She could have been doubling back upon herself for all she knew. It did not seem to matter very much. Henny was no stranger to physical labor, but she had been walking for such a long time, her soles were beginning to blister. Each step induced a new exquisite agonies within her, which made her gasp. Her bones seemed to scrape together. A canker on her ankle, her ankle burst, filling her shoe with pus. Oh, ew! All the while, the cool wind tugged at her hair, nipped at her cheeks, and whipped her skirts about her thighs. Henny heard, or thought she could hear, a faint howling in the distance, like that of stalking wolves. Agitation eased her, an agitation so great that she could not quell it even by biting the inside of her cheeks. Her mouth filled with blood, her tongue tingling with its coppery tang, as she hurried on. She moved between the trees, fitfully aware of the howling, which no longer sounded as distant as it once had. It was growing louder and louder, rattling about inside of her skull like a stone, until... Oh! Henny exclaimed, surprised as she burst through a copse of thickly packed trees and out onto a mud path. She had emerged at long last onto a road, one of many which had twined through the tall trees of the forest. There was not so far away she could see the source of the noise which she had heard. It was not a pack of hungry wolves after all, but a carriage drawn by two thin, hungry-looking horses.
Hardly able to believe her luck, Henny dashed to the carriage, then cried out breathlessly to the coachman seated upon it. Wait! Oh, please, wait! Will you not stop for me? I'm in dire need of help. I need to go to Augsburg immediately, before it's too late. It's very, very important. I swear, good sirs. My poor mistress's life is in danger, and I'm the only one who can save her. If you don't help me, I fear she might die.
I just completely given up on the accent with Henny. I can't keep doing the British accent. It's very draining. Because I am not British, if nobody knew that. I'm obviously not British, but you know.
Mike felt disoriented when she awoke the following day, in an unfamiliar bed which smelt of something spoiled. It took Mike a few moments to become fully cognizant of her surroundings. She had slept little the night prior, and her head ached, her eyes pulsing in their sockets like molten steel. Oh. Groggily, Mike pressed the heel of her palm to her eyes and rubbed them. Then she had looked around in earnest, but soon found herself confused. The bedroom Mike found herself in was so unlike anything she had seen before, or she initially wondered whether she was still dreaming. She pinched the inside of her arm in hopes that the room would shift like water, but it remained immutable. She must have been awake then. The pain made this irrefutable, even if the chill which assailed her did it not. Mike had a faint recollection of running through the forest last night. Her parents had both been stabbed in their carriage, or so Henny had told her, but these memories remained a blur. Mike could not recall her parents' final moments, but he could remember awaking in the dungeons of an unfamiliar abode, governed by an unfamiliar woman. This woman, who had introduced herself as Magdalena, had claimed to be a vampire, and now Mike was her prisoner. The bedroom Mike found herself in seemed even more miserable than the daylight than it had last night, obscured by a veil of darkness. It was more dilapidated than the servants' quarters at Mike's home, and it had most assuredly seen less use. In the furniture, though luxurious, was scuffed, the carpet threadbare, and the basin upon the bedside table covered in hairline cracks. Dust covered every conceivable surface, and spiders had made their homes in corners of the room, their gossamer webs outstretched like grasping fingers. The air was so stagnant, and Mike felt compelled to open one of the windows, but her attempts were in vain. The windows were opened, and she could find no key. The windows were locked, and could find no key to aid her. Perturbed, Mike slumped down at the desk by the window, then stared through the stained, smeary glass. Magdalena's gardens were sprawled out before her in a dense, twisted tangle. Perhaps there had been flower beds in this garden once, neatly planted, an apple orchard, and any number of other arboreal delights, but age had spoiled it all. Mike was no gardener, but she could deduce at a glance that Magdalena's garden and had been unloved for years. Beyond the walls of Magdalena's garden was the forest, all tall, imposing trees, not so dissimilar from the proud oak which guarded the von Essen family mausoleum. The trees emerged from the fog, their boughs raised towards the sky, festooned in darkly verdant leaves. There were so many trees that Mike couldn't see for a very
and Mike couldn't see very far beyond them. Perhaps there wasn't much to see at all out there other than nature. The rest of the world seemed very distant indeed. Mike found herself might have been in a figure from a fairy tale, a languishing maiden trapped inside a tower by a wicked witch, unable to escape. The sun hung above the treetops, suspended, half hidden by the clouds. Its rays were weak, and it did little to dispel the cold which pervaded inside Mike's bedroom. Looking out the window made Mike feel more trapped than lying in her bed it had. At least, in her bed, she could imagine that somebody might come and rescue her. Seeing the dense trees which surrounded Magdalena's gardens made these hopes feel hopelessly naive, however. Who would dare venture all the way into the woods in hopes of finding her? Walter might send out a search party, but he would have no idea where to begin searching, and Mike wasn't certain if she much wanted Walter to find her either. She would languish inside Magdalena's home, wasting away like the flaking paint upon the walls until... Oh. Mike's dreary thoughts were soon interrupted by the disconnected rumblings of her stomach. All of a sudden, she recalled that she had not eaten very much the night prior, or drunk very much for that matter. Her throat was parched. It almost seemed heartless to experience such a base desires after her parents' deaths, but Mike's body knew little of I can't speak. You guys can read. I might do a little bit more of this and then read out, because I'm, like, actually struggling to read a lot. English becomes hard. All it cared of was its own immediate discomfort. Fortunately, Mike did not have to search for very long to find a means of alleviating her hunger pains. Somebody, Magdalena presumably, left a tray on her bedside table which bore a plate of scones, a teapot, and a saucer. Mike soon discovered that the teapot was still warm, a few distinct ribbons of steam unspoiling still from its spout. Magdalena must have entered her bedroom in less than half an hour prior, while Mike had been asleep to set her breakfast down. The scones, meanwhile, seemed plain, but would be nutritious enough. Mike was surprised that Magdalena kept any food at all in her home, given the curious nature of her diet. As a vampire, did she not sup only upon blood? Where had Magdalena procured these scones? Had she made them herself for Mike's sake? Those thoughts of her vampiric host laboring in the kitchen, her sleeves rolled up like those of a common drudge, was an amusing one. It was almost enough to make Mike smile. Wedged underneath the teapot was a note, which Mike extracted. She smoothed the note out, then examined it. The note was a perfunctory one, written with an elegant swooping cursive. It said simply, "Eat up and get your strength back. You'll need it." Nobody had signed the note, but Mike was sure it was from her mysterious hostess. Mike wondered whether the note had been intended as a friendly gesture or as a threat. Perhaps it was a mixture of both. Mike was unsure of how to feel about it, but he supposed it was nice that Magdalena had gone to the efforts to care for her. Tea and scones were better than bread and water. Magdalena might not be so bad at all. For a bloodthirsty vampire that was, who met and one day to murder her. Mike brought the rim of her teacup to her lips and sipped at the amber liquid within. She had half expected it to taste astringent of sharp, tangy iron and of blood, but she soon found it was quite inoffensive.
Maybe it's the psalm? Mige took another sip of the tea, then another. Though she had meant to be cautious, what if the tea was laced with something? Her thirst soon got the better of her, and she drank the whole cup in half a minute. Setting the cup back down on the saucer, Mige turned her attention upon the scones. She ate delicately, taking care not to drop any crumbs upon her lap or the floor. Though why did it matter really, when the carpet beneath her was so worn? A few crumbs would hardly spoil this bedroom more than it already had. More than time already had. In fact, they might serve to make the room more homey. But then again, perhaps not. It would have been a tall order to breathe even a modicum of life into this room. Mige doubted it even Dr. Frankenstein himself could have managed such a feat, despite the cadavers he had stitched together and raised from the dead. Mike was so cold, even with the tea on her tongue, she was starting to feel distinctly cadaverous herself. She finished her breakfast and looked around her room, once more unsettled. Surely she could not stay there motionless, waiting for Elena to stop by and slaughter her. There had to be something she could do to escape her predicament. Mike rose to her feet, buoyed by a sudden nervous energy, and padded barefoot over to the door. She grasped the door handle and tried to turn it, but in vain. The door was locked and it stubbornly refused to shift. Mike had expected as much, but wasn't particularly surprised. Slipping out through the door would have been too easy. Next, Mike turned to the window, but her hopes escaping via the window had already been dashed. Mike already knew the window was locked, and even if she had been able to open it, it was too high for her to escape from. Mike stood by the desk and peered, eyes narrowed, through the dirty glass. Lena's garden seemed a very long way down, blanketed though it was by the fog. Why doth this spider have its hair? I've already lost it twice this stream! Ugh. Doesn't count because I wasn't here. Well, where were you? That's not my problem. You sleeping? I'm joking with you, Storm. You're fine. Because the only gear he needs is 10 hours. Okay. Yeah. I was speedrunning Hollow Knight for a practice round last night and ended at like 6 a.m. Took 3 hours and 14 minutes this time. Am new personal best despite it being so crusty at it. Damn. Mike didn't fancy the thought of smashing the glass, and she fancied even less the thought of jumping to her almost inevitable doom. Even if she didn't break her spine, it seemed likely that she would break an arm or a leg, or both. No, Mike! It did not seem like escape was an option, though she had, of course, known that already. Lena would not have been in that careless. Mike sighed, defeated, and took a seat once more upon the bed. It groaned beneath her, as though in pain, sounding rather like it wanted to be put out of its misery. Mike could hardly blame it, given how very old it must have been. Magdalena. Yeah, Magdalena. But she said you could call her Lena, and it's like, I don't want to say that full name every time. So I've been just saying Lena. My Anaxagoras won't go home. Anaxagoras. She felt distinctly miserable herself, though there was one silver lining, she supposed, to her captivity. At least Henny was alright. Mike hoped he was alright, at least. If she was not, then... But Mike would not allow herself to finish this thought. Henny had to be alright. She simply had to. Otherwise, Mike's sacrifice would have been for nothing. Mike is like the fusion of Tito and me. Oh my god. She even has the red hair. Oh my god. What you eating? I'm eating club crackers. I have crackers. Feeling the need now to distract herself, Mike rose, then shed at the nightgown Magdalena had given her. She changed, not into her old dirty dress from the day prior, but into one of the new clean gowns Magdalena had left in the chest of drawers, all neatly pressed frills which smelt only faintly of mold. Bet you wish you were eating what I am. Pizza with stuffed crust topped with bacon, because that does sound really good. God damn. Share? Share? Oh my god. Now newly outfitted, Mike paced the room, wondering what she could do. It's gone. You tell me this after it's gone. So mean. So mean. You asked too late, cries. Oh! Oh! While living with her parents, Mike's mother had often instructed her to work on her embroidery hoop. Tino has outfit. Lady Von Essen had thought sewing was a suitable pastime for a young woman. That or playing the piano. Mike's mother had always thought music was too passionate to be appropriate, however, and in any case, Mike had never been very good at the piano. She had never been very good at embroidery either. Mike had sewn on cornflowers and magpies until her fingers had threatened to fall off, until she had become so thoroughly sick of these twee, repetitive patterns that she had felt like hurling her hateful embroidery hoop clean through the window. Mike considered herself fortunate indeed that Magdalena hadn't left an embroidery hoop on her breakfast tray for her. Magdalena might have been a vampire, but at least she wasn't that cruel. Mike had stitched enough hateful circuits to last a lifetime. Though there was no hoop, and thank goodness for that, there were books. The shelves in Mike's new bedroom were full of them, old and dusty, with worn spines and crinkled pages, but quite readable. Mike perused their spines with wide, curious eyes of a child, her unfamiliar gown brushing against the unfamiliar floor. Magdalena had told her last night that she might help herself to any of the books upon the shelves, but there were so many of them that it was hard to know where to start. As there was nothing else for her to sit and worry, Mike decided her time would better be occupied reading. She reached out for a promising book among Magdalena's collection, The Monk by Lewis. She settled herself down upon the bed among the thin covers, then opened the yellowing pages of the old tome. The pages within the leather-bound book crackled like autumn leaves, and Mike had to handle carefully, lest she tore them. All the wonderful words were still there, however, unblemished by the passing years. Mike shifted, attempting to get comfortable as she could, in so unfamiliar an environment, then began to read. Mike spent the rest of the day abed, poring through the pages of Lewis's The Monk. It was a very gripping story, full of lust, murder, and intrigue, featuring a monk so debauched she took Mike's mind off her immediate concerns. Mike tore through the text, both delighted and disturbed by the twists and turns, though the scenes near the end, which occurred in a dingy dungeon, reminded Mike a touch too much of her plight to be fully immersive. Mike skimmed these pages, which detailed a virginal Agnes' suffering, and soon reached the conclusion, wherein the wicked monk Ambrosio was tortured for his crimes. As Mike read, the sun began to sink outside. Shadows stretched along her bedroom floor, bidding her to light the candle which rested upon her bedside table. This light was feeble, but was enough to read by. Mike continued to scan the pages of the text, holding the book close to her nose, so as to devour it, and so enraptured by Ambrosio's suffering that she did not hear the sound of a key turning in her bedroom door. She did not hear the sound of the door creaking open. She did hear the sound of the door creaking open, however, a low guttural sound which split the silence like a moan. Mike raised her head, disoriented once more, to find herself in Magdalena's home, in the dingy bedroom which Magdalena had prepared for her. Her hostess stood in the doorway, shockingly fair and white in the gloaming, returned, perhaps, to make good on her initial promises. Did she mean to kill Mike at last? Mike had but a scant 10 pages left to read of Ambrosio's ill-fated adventures, yet she feared she would not see how his life would end. You can't just call people like Tito.
Her own existence would come to a close before that of the vile monk. Mika supposed she could slip past Magdalena and then make a hasty retreat, but no. She had dawdled for too long. Magdalena had already locked the door behind her and now surveyed Mika with a detached sort of amusement.
Good evening to you. It feels like it's been a while since I last saw you. Did you enjoy the breakfast I brought you? Oh, yes, Thank you for your kindness. I didn't expect you to be so considerate. You believed I would let you starve?
Magdalena tittered, her red eyes sharp and unknowing.
Please, I'm not that cruel. I have even brought more food for you. Look, it has been a while since breakfast, and I thought you might be hungry.
Now that Magdalena mentioned it, Mika could see her hands in her hands as she held another tray, much like the one she had brought earlier. This tray was laden with another teapot and a teacup and a plate upon which sat a meat pie, still steaming, and some vegetables. The food smelled surprisingly delicious as in the derelict air of Mika's bedroom, and Mika was almost embarrassed at how hungry she was. Why, she was almost salivating. Magdalena looped over to Mika, tray in hand, then inclined her to head to the bedside table.
Would you mind moving that? I can't set the tray down otherwise. Oh, right. I'm sorry.
Mika moved her breakfast tray onto her lap, which Magdalena curtsied, playing once more at being a maid.
Much obliged, young madam. I'll take that away soon, but first...
Magdalena unburdened herself of the dinner tray and observed Mika, one hand resting upon her hip.
Are you all right? That seems like an odd sort of question, don't you think?
Do you believe anybody would be alright were they in my shoes?
I hope you aren't wearing any shoes, not in bed. They were filthy when you arrived here, and quite caked in dirt. I didn't mean it literally.
I know, I was just teasing.
I wish you wouldn't.
Why? Are you afraid you might grow to appreciate our little spats?
Hardly. I failed to see the need to converse with my captor, that's all.
Oh, how fiery you are! You look so very wan. And you know. Oh, and weary too. The bags beneath your eyes are terrifying. They're almost black.
Did you not get much sleep last night? I tried, but I failed. I take it you had a lot on your mind? Yes, indeed. That should not that this should come as a surprise. Were you thinking about your own fate? That and the fate of my parents, Henny too. You're still fussing about that silly maid of yours. I've no idea why you care so much. It's almost unusual. None of the ladies I knew growing up were half as besotted it with their servants. They treated them like livestock than people. More like livestock than people. Honey is more than a maid to me. She's... Your friend? Yes, you said. How touching. Now, why don't you eat something? You must be hungry. I am, yes, but where did this food come from? You would have no need of it, surely. Oh, I have my ways.
Magdalena smiled knowingly. There are merchants who sometimes travel through these woods, and quite fortuitously, I happened to pass by one when I went for a walk in the early hours of this morning.
This food I procured from them. You did not buy it? I did not need to. I can be very persuasive when I want to be. One of the many perks of being a member of the Noble of Undead. What? Do not tell me that you...
I don't think she killed him. I think she's literally just said, "Add vampire charisma, activate."
Slaughter him? Oh no! I don't kill indiscriminately. I am not a brute, no matter what you might think of me. My hunger has already been sated, for the present, by last night's feast. I use nothing so nefarious as my powers of flattery. It is not so hard, you know, to bend men to your will. Not when you smile at them and you remember to bat your eyelashes.
That's kind of funny, actually.
I had him prepare enough food to keep you going for the next few days in a knapsack. Plus some eggs and flour, the basic amenities, and then bade him a fond farewell. You shall recall our meeting as little more than a dream. That satiate your curiosity. For the moment, I suppose. Good. You have such a lot of questions, Mike. Not that I mind them. It's nice to meet a woman so inquisitive. Now, do eat up. I am sure that your dear Henny would not want you starving yourself. Miki did not like the thought of eating in front of Magdalena, but she supposed her captor had a point. It was foolish to go without sustenance, especially when it smelt so tantalizing. Mike sat her dinner tray upon her lap and then began to eat. She dug into the meat pie with her knife and fork, which were darkly tarnished. Mike feared the cutlery would somehow contaminate her food, but she was too hungry to fret overly long about this possibility. Mike popped a piece of meat pie into her mouth and chewed, and as she did, Magdalena watched. Magdalena's red eyes were wide, and though she was observing something very interesting, an exotic animal in a cage perhaps, or a reaction between two volatile chemicals. Mike did not think the act of her eating was so very special, but it must have been different to Magdalena. As a vampire, Magdalena had no need to partake in meat pies or vegetables. Why was that? Was that why the simple act of Mike eating enticed her so? As Mike ate, horribly self-conscious of Magdalena's stare, what if she were to drop any food on her front? The vampire began to talk. It's been a long time since I was able to observe one of your kind go about your day-to-day life. On the rare occasions I am able to witness you, you are always in pain, screaming and crying, begging for your lives. That is rather entertaining in its own right, but sometimes I forget you are more than just prey. You have thoughts of your own, and when they aren't being disturbed by your physical discomfort. You eat food and you read books, and you have friends, dreams too. It's hard to believe it now, but once I wasn't always so different from you. That was a very, very long time ago, though. Miki detected, while sipping her tea, a note of a longing in Magdalena's voice. Her hostess's expression was inscrutable, but her ruby red eyes were soft, the pale lashes that framed them trembling, as though from the force
of her own emotions.
Had Mike not been afraid of Magdalena, she might have sympathized with her. For a few brief moments, Magdalena appeared for all the years she had lived and all of the hurt she had caused, to be a young girl, younger even than Mike herself. Not for the first time, Mike wondered how old Magdalena had been when she had been turned. Her face is so smooth, so devoid of blemishes. She could not yet have been in her 20s. He would have been in 18 or 19, if that. It seemed woefully young an age to be considered an undying, eternal life of blood-sucking, which reminded Mike, "Aren't you going to bite me yet? You said that you would." Oh? Magdalena blinked, and when she did, she sentimentally, which had once pooled in her irises, the sentimentality which had once pooled in her irises disappeared. Newly amused, the young woman smiled and said that yesterday too, after I brought you to this chamber. Are you that desperate for me to drain your blood? No, I'm not. Of course I don't want you to drain my blood. I'd really rather you didn't, but if you're going to anyway, I fail to see why you should drag things out for so long. Unless you want to make me squirm? Ugh.
Stretching. Sorry. Hold. Ugh.
Making you squirm does not sound too awful a proposition, really. You are quite charming when you are sitting, and even when you are eating. Few women can pull that off, you know, but you manage it. You eat with such small, considerate bites, like a fairy. I imagine you would be lovelier still when squirming, particularly if your face is as red as it is now. Or now, even.
You know what? I was led to believe this is a dating sim, but this is just a Yuri graphic novel. I love it either way. I'm having so much fun.
She was a fairy.
Oh. What? Title screen!
Magdalena leant in, grinning wickedly. Her sharpened eyes are prominently on prominent display, and her curled fingers beneath Mike's chin. Their faces were now scant centimeters apart, their noses almost brushing. Mike was suddenly abashedly aware of her breath, which must have smelled of meat and pastry. Self-conscious, as her face burned redder still, like a furnace, as though to entice Magdalena. Her heart hammering ever so hard, she could feel it at the base of her throat, inside her skull. Could Magdalena hear it too? Why did she feel so unnerved? If she had only been afraid, that would have been an understandable, but the sensation in which curled
in the pit of Mike's stomach seemed comprised of more than that. Her brow began to sweat, as did her palms. Tremulous as a leaf, she found she could not meet Magdalena's gaze. "Yes, you are lovely." Magdalena spoke, her voice appraising, as she tipped Mike's head back, her eyes roving, not over Mike's face, but the slender column of her neck, at the delicate blue veins which crisscrossed. I would have no compunctions about sinking my teeth into that throat of yours. Your skin is so very warm, as though you were trying to entice me. You look utterly delectable. But I will abstain for now. You are so very lovely, it would seem like a waste to drain you right now. I would prefer to savor your demise like a fine wine. There is little sense in being overly hasty. And in any event, I am not that desperate. I can abstain. I must. A muscle tightened in Magdalena's jaw as her eyes grew hard, just like two stones. I've managed for long enough as it is. I would not wish to have any of my efforts undone. What? Mike blinked at Magdalena, her eyes uncomprehending. Will you not drink my blood, then? No, I won't. Not tonight. You may rest easy one night more, dear Mike. Your death still weighs off. How far, exactly? That depends. Upon? Oh, I don't know. My own mood, and the movements of the moon, and how long you continue to entertain me, I suppose. I quite like the idea you see, of having another woman in this castle I can speak to. Perhaps you can tell me about the books you have been reading when we next meet. I would love to hear your opinions. Though, of course, there isn't a single book in this castle I've not read at least thrice over myself. There isn't much to do, really. When has one been dead for as long as I have? So saying, Magdalena retrieved his tray from the floor laden with Mike's breakfast things and then straightened. She cast a one and last, almost longing look at Mike, who shuddered her beneath it, her cheeks blushing anew, like the skin of an apple. With what might have been a sigh or a sob, Magdalena turned. She unlocked the door with one hand, the keys dull and matte in the candlelight, then exited, taking the tray with her. Okay. 1 second. No. Okay. Mike passed us that night much as she had the previous one, namely by lying abed in the nightgown Magdalena had bequeathed her, trying and failing to sleep. Thoughts of her parents continued to play upon her mind, and of her own fate, and more pressingly even than any of that of Henny. Mike wanted to believe that Henny, at least, had been able to escape. She wanted to believe that Henny would continue to live.
She would go far from Magdalena's dreary home within the woods, and one day she would meet a nice man, and they would marry, and she would have children. Henny would be happy, while Mike would soon be reduced to a pallid, wizened corpse drained of all its blood. But why is such a fate so different from the one she would have been afforded if she had wed Walter? Mike might, in a perverse way, have been better off as Magdalena's captive and she would Walter's bride. At least here in Magdalena's home, she had a bed to herself. It was an aged bed, yes, which creaked beneath her weight, but it was hers. There was no danger of Walter, or anybody else for that matter, joining her. If Mike was to die in this bed, then so be it. She would welcome it. If Henny was alright, then she did not care what happened to herself. Her own life was, and always had been, unimportant. If Mike slept poorly that night, then she was not the only one. Unbeknownst to Mike, Henny was finding it similarly hard to escape into the warm embrace of sleep. The Walters in the water are making the frickin' Mike escape. Oh my god, Storm. Unbeknownst to Mike, Henny was finding it similarly hard to escape into the warm embrace of sleep. Henny's day had been a busy one, and she was still reeling from it all. Sitting upright in her own bed, Henny found herself turning the events of her own day over in her mind. It had been in the very early hours of the morning that Henny had finally made her way to Augsburg, transported there by a kindly merchant she had met during her meanderings in the forest. Henny had thanked the merchant profusely for his help, and then set about looking for Walter Gerhardt's home. Henny knew its location well, though she had only been there twice before. It was a large, imposing building, one of the finest in the vicinity, which could have rivaled the von Essen home, but it was more modern in construction. It was not the sort of house that one could forget in a hurry. The sun had begun to rise in increments as Henny walked through the Augsburg streets, and it turned a marvelous shade a pinkish red as Henny arrived at Walter Gerhardt's doorstep. The sun was beautiful, but Henny hadn't been afforded the time to gawp at and stare. She had more important matters to attend to. Walter's maids had been beginning to stir when Henny set her knuckles to the door and rapped, anxious all the while she would be taken for a beggar and turned away. Henny's clothes, once neatly pressed, had endured quite the battering during her wanderings in the woods. Her apron had been torn and flecked with dirt. Her soles of her shoes were encrusted with the stuff. Henny's cheeks and hands had been marred with cuts, and her fingernails had been rendered opaque with mud. She had looked so very grimy he would not have been surprised if Walter's servants had called the bailiffs on her. Her appearance had not been and one which would inspire confidence, nor invitations inside the Walters' spacious drawing room. Henny fretted that at Walter's housekeeper might send her away in disgrace. Despite her fears, however, Henny had refused to move.
It had been too important that she speak to Walter, that she speak to somebody. Henny is so cute, yeah. She had known as she stood there that she needed somebody to listen to her. Henny knocked and knocked, but her knuckles sore against the wood, until she had finally heard the sound of oncoming footsteps. The door had opened, and before Henny stood Walter's housekeeper, a tall austere a woman called Gertrude Schreiber, whom Henny had met twice before. Henny had recognized Gertrude and all her straight blonde hair. For housekeeper, she was unusually young, but had taken Gertrude Gertrude several moments longer to recognize Henny. She had appeared ready to slam the door in Henny's begrimed face, her expression one of revulsion, till Henny called out to her. "Oh, please, don't be alarmed. I know what it looks like, but I'm not a beggar. It's me, Henrique, Lady Mike's maid. I've come here on her behalf to let you know there's been an accident, a horrible accident. I need to speak with your master at once. It's very important. Please, let me have a word with her and Gerhard." And he's cried for help. It must have been effusive enough to thaw even Gertrude's icy exterior, but the housekeeper's expression had eventually softened. Gertrude promised in clipped tones she would allow Henny to speak to her master, but not before she made herself presentable. That's what Gertrude looks like down there? I don't care what it is you've been through. You might have been savaged by the wolves in the woods for all I care. Whatever it is you have endured, I will not let you to see my master like that. It would reflect poorly upon me as his housekeeper if I let all the riffraff off the streets into his home. You'll need a bath first, at the very least. And we must do something about your clothes, too. That was some poor grammar. Am I messing up sentences? I've been talking for a really long time today. Because there's nothing voiced in this. I've been talking a lot. I don't care what we've been through for all I care. Oh. Why, you look like you have been dragged through a hedge backwards. And he tried to impress upon Gertrude the importance of what she had to communicate. There are things more important than clothes. But Gertrude, being a Gertrude, had none of it. Icily and unimpressed by Henny's pleas, Gertrude had made it clear that Henny would have a bath at least, for she would be allowed within spitting distance of her master. This is a great privilege, you know. Hot water is a rare commodity. My own girls are not often afforded this luxury. You ought to be grateful. Henny was grateful, she supposed, that Gertrude had allowed her into the Gerhardt home at all, but she had been less so at her insistence that her news could wait until all the dirt had been scrubbed from between her fingers and toes. Henny had known full well while she bathed that Mike could have been languishing in a prison cell, or worse, still being put to death. It had taken almost 2 hours before Gertrude was satisfied by Henny's appearance, and at which point the sun had risen and then the last vestiges of the night had been swept away. Henny had not been permitted a chance to sleep throughout the night, save for the brief spell where she had been unconscious in Magdalena's cell.
Though neater after her bath, her skin washed and free of filth, her body shrouded in a clean uniform identical to the one which Walter's serving in Drudge's War. Henry still felt exhausted. Henny still felt exhausted to the point of a delirium. Henny had been so tired, or she had feared she would collapse before she was able to properly explain to Walter the dangers his fiancée had found herself in. But Henny had known she had to try. Oh, look at her! This is the guy that Mike was arranged to marry? Goddamn. Goddamn. He looks like an asshole, but goddamn. That's the way to look at another fuck. To be fair, this is a vampire game, so this guy's human. I mean, then again, we can't tell. I can't see his ears. I can't tell if his ears are pointy. Anyways. Even though it's the same hair. I thought his hair is longer. So I wouldn't say same hair, but he is dressed like Alucard would be dressed. It had been little after 9 o'clock that Henny had been permitted entry into Walter Gerhardt's study, wherein she had found the master of the manor cleanly shaven and sipping a cup of tea. Have you ever noticed that Dracula backwards is Alucard? Wait, you're right! I never once realized that. That's crazy. I can't believe I never noticed that. Wait. That's a joke? It is real though, but... It is though. I don't know how that's a joke when it literally is Dracula backwards. No one noticed until TFS pointed out. Who's that? Oh, Team 4-star. Got it. People who did DB. Yeah. I watched some of their stuff. I haven't ever watched anything by Team 4-star. And there are bridge series for Hellsing Ultimate, they pointed out. Oh. Walter had been seen surprised to see Henny, and had regarded her initially with some confusion. Goodness me, I did not think when Gertrude said I had a visitor that it would be you. Frau Henrique, correct? My Mike is made. Maybe British accents is wrong for this. This is like Germans.
Because Herr and Frau and like stuff like that, those are like those are German terms. I don't know what German accent sounds like though. I mean I do, I just don't know how to do one. Maybe best to avoid it. Any potential German viewers then. Yeah, I'm not gonna attempt to do an accent because, like, I don't know how to do one properly. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be like more of a setting in Germany rather than England, like I initially thought. Henny had not liked the way that Walter had said "my Mige." The wedding had yet to be held, and now perhaps it never would be. But she had swallowed her distaste for regardless. She had always been trying to tell Mike, after all, that she should be happy that at her future wedding to Walter. Walter was a good man, Henny had told herself. A gentleman despite his lowly origins. He had been born from nothing and, with a series of shrewd investments, had built himself an empire. He cared for Mike, the possessive manner in it which he spoke of her proved it, and he would surely rush to her side once he knew of her plight. That had been Henny's hope, at least, as she stood in Walter's study. Yes, that is right, Herr Gerhard. I am Henrique. I am flattered that a great man such as you remembers a lowly maid like me. But of course I remember you. We've not been afforded the opportunity to speak, but you are my Amike. You and my Amike are as thick as thieves. One can scarcely be seen without the other. In any case, you're very like a pair of conjoined twins. You could be a modern medical marvel, almost. Walter had laughed at this, the sound of which had seemed rather inappropriate to Henny, after she had endured so many horrors the night prior. Walter had not yet known, of course, about the bandits and the bloody violence they had wrought, and Magdalena. But Henny thought he could at least have looked concerned that his fiancée, who had been supposed to visit him the day prior, was nowhere in evidence. Did he not care that Mike had vanished, seemingly into thin air? Perhaps he had consoled himself, as all the men of great import do, and that nothing had gone wrong, that nothing could go wrong, given his vast riches. He must have reassured himself the night prior that Mike's carriage had been in Wayland by some innocent purpose, perhaps a faulty wheel, or in need for new horses. He had not, after all, been worrying of Mike and her welfare. He did not care. Speaking of which, Walter had leant forward in his chair, his laughter ceasing, to examine Henny with a newfound degree of thought. I do not see your twin with you right now. Is my lovely Mike not in your company? About that. Oh, don't tell me he fell sick on the journey here. That would be truly heartbreaking.
I'd hate to think of my dear fiancé convalescing in some miserable inn on the roadside. No, that isn't quite it. You see... Then she is not sick? Where the devil is she then? Don't tell me she's having cold feet.
I hate this guy. Someone punch him and tell him to shut up.
Did she send you here, Frau Henrique, to break my heart in her stead? It seems unlike Mike, her being one of the fairest of her sex, but if her parents are having second thoughts. It isn't that either. Lady Mike is not sick, but afraid she might be, and irreversibly so, if you don't do nothing to save her. Oh, Herr Gerhardt, it's awful what happened. You would hardly believe it. If you'd seen what I'd seen, if you knew what I knew, then... Oh, it was horrible. It was simply horrible, like something from a nightmare. We were traveling through the woods, Herr Gerhardt. The Von Essens and me, your Mike included, we were set upon by bandits. They stormed the carriage and they demanded... I don't rightly remember, but they asked for all sorts. They asked for jewels, and when that weren't enough, they went after the gold, and that weren't enough, they took their blades out and... By Jove.
Walter's face is by this point had turned very pale, all traces of merriment similarly dispersed.
They didn't harm my Mike, did they? They meant to, Herr Gerhardt, but they couldn't finish the job. They made short work of Lord and Lady Von Essen, and their coachman too, the poor bastard. But they didn't get it at their grubby hands on Lady Mike. I saw to that. I took her hand during the hubbub and let her out into the woods. We ran and ran and ran, but the bandits were fast and they gained on us. I feared all was lost, but then... What then? Walter leant close and almost driving his elbow into his half-drunk cup of Earl Grey as he did so. What happened, Frau Henrique? Surely you and Mike must have survived, else you would not be standing here now, looking shaken, I admit, but in one piece. Please tell me my Mike was all right. That is to say...
Henny had thought of nothing save to talking to Walter Gerhardt over since her flight from Magdalena's abode. But at this crucial moment, she had found herself quite at a loss. How could she tell Walter Gerhardt of Magdalena? It sounded so ridiculous, the sort of tale which could only exist as only within the pages of penny dreadfuls. Dracula was a well-known figure among the literary who would considered our gothic horror beneath them, but hey, he had no place in polite society. And you're standing in front of the man who looks like a vampire. Like, Henny, come on now. If all the men of this game look like that, come on now. Come on now. One did not simply discuss vampires out in the open. In oak-paneled studies such as Walter's, not too well-dressed, wealthy men who had made their fortunes in mundane affairs like the railways. Henny did not know Walter particularly well, but she could tell from his clothes and his demeanor that he fancied himself a staunch rationalist. It had been almost obvious that such a woman would never hold with the vampires. Even Henny herself, being born to a superstitious mother who wore about her neck a lucky rabbit's foot, could scarcely credit at what she had seen. It had been blatantly unbelievable. She would have not believed it were she in Walter's position, but she had no choice but to, after all she had witnessed. She had seen those bandits torn to pieces before her eyes, smelt their blood, and heard their screams. Their deaths had been imprinted themselves upon her eyelids like tableau. Taboo? Taboo? What is that word? How would I don't know. I don't care. She saw it and she blinked. Her thoughts seeped in crimson. What is that word? I don't know either. Because it seems like it would be taboo, but it's like E-A-U and not O-O. How could she make Walter see what she had seen? How could she make him understand? Henny had feared that it would be a tall order, particularly given her limited vocabulary. Mike had always been better at describing things than she, but she had known and she had to try. I think it's pronounced tableau, but I don't know what it means. I don't know what it means either. As there was nothing else for it, Henny had forced herself to swallow down her anxiety. It had tasted strangely enough of cod liver oil and began to end her missive. She had told Walter of the mysterious woman who had come to their rescue, who had pulverized the skulls and spines of the pursuing bandits as a child might crumple a crepe paper. She told him of awakening in a dark cell with only one window, of meeting in Magdalena, and of the ultimatum Mike had struck with her. Henny had relayed a good deal of information to Walter, and that she had seen him shifting. Walter had examined her, not with fear as she had hoped, but with something far harder to ascertain. Was it perplexity, perhaps, or worse, pity? Henny had known, and even before Walter spoke, that it was a lost cause. Convincing Walter of Mike's plight, it had been her only task, and she had failed. She had not been able to sway him. He had not believed her. It is quite the tale, Frau Henrique. No, it isn't a tale, it's true. I tell you, every last word of it. Lady Mike has been imprisoned by a vampire, and... If I don't act quickly, she will be drained of all blood and soon die. Yes, I did hear. That would be awful indeed, were it true, but... It is true, Herr Gerhardt. I swear it's true. On my own mom's life, if I wouldn't tell such a great pack of fibs. Not over something so important. I can't imagine that you would. No, I know little of you, but I'm aware of your loyalty to my Mike. She trusts you with her life, or so I've gathered. More so than she trusts me. She flinches away from all of my caresses, but she isn't half so cold towards your affections. Then surely you must be able to see that I'm being honest. This is a matter of life and death. My lady's very life is at stake. Yes, indeed, I understand. Will you send out a search party then? It isn't too late. Mike's life might still be spared if only you act. I suppose it would be in your best interests to believe that, yes. Dum spiro arrow and all that. I beg your pardon? Oh, forgive my bad habit. It's Latin, Cicero. It means while I breathe, I hope.
As you survived your ordeal, Frau Henrique, it would behove you to cling to the belief that a young lady von Essen might still live, but alas. It seems rather unlikely, don't you think, after all you have related? No, Herr Gerhardt. What I had said, it is nothing but the truth. You have to believe me. Like I said, I do believe you. About the bandits, at least. Unfortunate though that it really is a bloody business. I can accept, however, unwillingly, that this did indeed come to pass. It is not inconceivable that Lord and Lady von Essen messed their device, thus, vita incerta mos asceratisme. As for our talk of vampires, however, this is something I cannot accept. No sensible man could. What you have related, it would go down on very well, I am certain. And the company of writers, they are a careless, feckless sort. But I will hold no water with me. You must have hit your head, Frau Henrique, while running from those bandits. That, or your fear has undone you. Not that I blame you. You must have endured a good deal for a member of the fairer sex. Why, even most men, I fear, would have gone to pieces, circumstances being what they were. Your thoughts have been addled, your delusions. Walter had stressed this word, his fingers steepled together upon his escritoire. Pretoire? I don't know what that word is. About vampires are nothing more than a coping mechanism to soften the reality of the situation. Mike too must have perished. What? No! Herr Gerhardt, please! Heine had tried to appeal to Walter's sympathies, but in vain. One look at Walter's countenance, now closed off, had told Henny all she needed to know. Walter had thought her quite insane. I think a spell of bed rest would do you some good, Frau Henrique. Though you are not one of my servants, I am not so very unkind that I would cast you out onto the streets. You have witnessed horrors I can only guess at, and I'm very sorry for your loss. You may remain here if you wish for as long as you feel you need to. Get some rest and do try to calm down. I will summon a physician to look over you, in the meanwhile to see if anything is awry. I suppose I ought to summon the police once you had the chance to rest, so you might give them account of what you witnessed in the woods. They will be very interested to know the fates of Lord and Lady von Essen, and of my Mige too. I would advise you against telling them all this malarkey about vampires, however. I fear they may be less understanding than I, and you may be hauled into an asylum for your troubles. I would not want you to be incarcerated, Frau Henrique, and I doubt my Mike would want that either. It is a miracle you were able to escape with your life. Do not waste it. Remember, Olcom Tito Transit Glory Monde. Now, you are dismissed. Gertrude will show you to your new lodgings, if you will be so kind. Yes, Herr Gerhardt. Right away, sir. Gertrude, who had been standing in one corner of Walter's study, as unobtrusive as a houseplant, made to escort Henny to the servants' quarters. Henny had cast her gaze back to Walter before she left, her brow furrowed. Walter had begun to sip once more at his breakfast tea, as though he had not a care in the world. This sight of Walter drinking his tea as if it were any other Monday morning had filled Henny with a sudden urge to take the teapot and append its contents all over Walter's officious-looking face. But powerful although this urge was, Henny had abstained. What would that accomplish? It would not help Mike. Making an enemy out of Walter Gerhardt would only serve to render Henny homeless, cast out onto the streets with nowhere else to turn. Begrudgingly, Henny followed Gertrude, the door of Walter's study closing behind her with a thud. Henny had spent the rest of the day convalescing in bed in the dingy servants' quarters. Walter was a man of his word and nothing else. He had summoned a physician later in the day to look Henny over. The physician gave Henny a brief examination, then declared she was physically fit, but mentally exhausted. A day or two of bed rest would do her good. She has something of a fever, and she seems distracted. The physician's report had been so mild, Henny could have laughed in his face. Was it any wonder that she seemed distracted when, even now, Mike, her Mike, not Walter's, was in Magdalena's thrall, languishing, in all likelihood, in a dungeon? Henny wished to fly to Mike's side, but she could not. She was more exhausted than she had anticipated, and lying down made it even more so. Dazed and disoriented, Henny had begun to drift in and out of slumber. Her dreams were broken, yet largely featured Mike, her eyes wide, lips parted in a horrible scream. Henny had slept so much during the day that when night fell, she had found herself unable to rest. Walter's scullery maids, upon arriving in their quarters, had regarded Henny with some surprise. They fell upon her with curious questions, all buzzing excitedly, like so many moths drawn to a brightly flickering flame. "Where are you from?" the girls asked. "Where did you arrive here? And how long will you be here?" Henny had been in no fit state to answer these queries, however. She had almost been relieved when the sour-faced Gertrude came in to scold her underlings for their rowdy misconduct. "Oh, do leave Frau Henrique alone. She has had a trying series of days, by all accounts, and she needs to rest." Colors high underwear? I don't know. Why? That is what Herr Gerhardt has decreed, and I will not have any of you naughty girls disobeying his orders. Now stop with your silly chowder. I doubt Frau Henrique wants to listen to you, and your friendly overtures are all in vain. She is not one of our servants, and I doubt she will be staying here much longer. Gertrude's stern address seemed to do it with a trick, for the maids kept a wide berth from Henny throughout the night. They talked among themselves and played cards, and only occasionally did they glance over to her, curious, no doubt, about these trying days Henny had endured. The maids had eventually begun to yawn, and at 10 o'clock they took to their beds, snuffling snores and creaking bed frames soon filling the room. The 6 scullery maids, in Walter's employees, all slept, but Henny found she could not. Restless and agitated, Henny now found herself standing by the window. Suddenly feeling claustrophobic, she unlatched it and let her arms rest upon the sill and looked out to the streets. The sky outside was black as pitch and scattered with stars, the moon round and full. The moonlight played against Henny's cheeks, turning it paler than it already was, while the cool breeze caressed her hair. One of the maids who slept closest to the window, Agnes, Henny thought her name was, stirred in her sleep, perhaps disturbed by the open window. Her eyelids, however, did not flutter. Henny had afforded the girl only a brief glance before returning her gaze once more to the night sky. Somewhere out there, sequestered away in the woods, was Mike. Henny was certain that Mike lived still, and that surely Henny was thinking of her friend was thinking of her. "Don't worry, Mike. Penny murmured under her breath, so as not to wake the Walter's scullery maids. Her face turned to the cold. I've not forgotten you. I never will. I'll find a way to rescue you, with or without Herr Gerhardt's help. You don't need him. Not when you have me. You know, I'm starting to think that you might have been right about him. Here, Henny allowed herself to smile, though the situation was not all that funny. He isn't a worthy husband for you. And I don't give a damn that he can speak Latin. There are many, many other qualities I'd rather have in a man. You say it, Henny! Let's go! You deserve much better.
Okay, I'm gonna stop right here. I am I need to end stream because my voice is dying. I've been talking for too long. There is a lot of reading in this game. You've been reading nonstop for like 5 hours. Yeah. Yeah, I need to take a break. I'm really enjoying this, though. I just need to take a break for today. Ugh, I did not bring enough water to me to be reading for 5 hours, so I need to go hydrate extensively. Okay. I don't know how just chatting streamers can do it, to be honest. Yeah, you know what? Me too. It's one thing just knowing how to talk, but it's another thing of just being able to talk for so long. You know? Okay. Let's see who's live. Who are we gonna raid? Pretty much nobody is live. Okay. We're gonna make a new friend today. You had a good stream? Bald cat name you made live? Oh, you need a raid? I can recommend someone. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Yeah, that voice. He's playing Elden Ring. Oh. Okay. Hold on. Burp, 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 burp. 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 Yeah, burp, burp. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Brain is mush. Ba ba ba. Ba 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 ba. Yeah. There are all the links. Join the Discord. Follow me on Blue Sky. Subscribe into my YouTube. Thank you all for joining, and I will see you. Oh, wait, it's Sunday. I don't know. I don't know what I'll see you Tuesday for. I'll figure it out. Storm, you don't have to do that. No, the Discord is in it. That's the point. Do I need to separate them again? Storm, Storm, please. Storm, please. Okay, okay, bye.